Imagine discovering humans stopped evolving. That completely changes everything we thought we knew about human evolution crisis. What you're about to see will keep you up tonight. Recent discoveries about humans stopped evolving revealed specific, shocking detail. They knew about things we only discovered centuries later. They built structures engineers can't explain. Tonight, I'll show you exactly what they found. I'm covering 15 discoveries about human evolution crisis that will challenge everything you learned in school. Number 11 changed how I see ancient civilizations forever. Let's start with the most shocking one. Imagine Earth 70,000 years ago. Not the crowded, noisy, interconnected planet we know today, but something else. Something quiet, eerily quiet. The sun rises over the African savanna, but something's wrong. The sky has a strange colour, reddish-grey, thick with particles that make breathing feel heavy. The temperature has dropped. Not winter cold, but wrong cold. Like the planet itself is sick. And across the entire continent, across the entire world, there are fewer than 10,000 humans left alive. Not 10 million, not 100,000, just 10,000 people. Maybe less. Some estimates put it as low as 3,000 breeding pairs. That's it. The entire human population that could have fit inside a small college football stadium. Everyone who would ever exist, every person who would ever be born, every civilization that would ever rise, all hanging by the thinnest thread imaginable. Today, there are over 8 billion of us. We're everywhere. Unstoppable, building cities that touch the clouds, sending robots to Mars, connecting every corner of the planet with invisible networks of information. We act like we own this place, like we've always been here and always will be. But 70,000 years ago, we were on the edge of extinction, not slowly declining, not gradually fading away. We were staring into the abyss, and the abyss was staring back. This is the story of the day humanity almost vanished. And you've probably never heard about it because it happened so long ago that it's almost impossible to imagine. But it happened. The evidence is written in your DNA, in volcanic rock scattered across continents, in genetic signatures that scientists can trace. Like fingerprints from a crime scene, where the victim barely survived. You know that feeling when you realise how close you came to disaster? Like when you miss a car accident by inches and your heart pounds and you think, that could have been it. That's what happened to our entire species. Except it wasn't a split second. It was years, decades, maybe centuries of barely hanging on, while the planet itself seemed determined to kill us. Here's what we know. In the 1990s and early 2000s, geneticists started noticing something odd. They were sequencing human DNA from populations all over the world: Africa, Europe, Asia, the Americas, Pacific Islands, everywhere humans lived. And they found something that didn't make sense. We're all remarkably similar. Now, you might think, of course we are. We're all the same species. But here's the thing, we're not just similar. We're too similar. More similar than we should be for a species that numbers in the billions and has spread across every continent. Let me give you a comparison that makes this clear. There are approximately 300,000 chimpanzees living in the wild today. Just 300,000. That's less than the population of many mid-sized cities. And yet, those 300,000 chimpanzees have far more genetic diversity than all 8 billion humans combined. Read that again. 300,000 chimps. More genetic variation than 8 billion people. That's not normal. That's the signature of something catastrophic. Think of it this way. Imagine you have a library with 100,000 different books. Each book is unique. Different authors, different stories, different ideas. That library represents genetic diversity. A rich collection of variations that make a species resilient, adaptable, capable of surviving different challenges. Now, imagine a fire destroys 99% of that library. You're left with only 1,000 books, a fraction of what you had. But here's the crucial part. Even if you later make copies of those 1,000 books until you have 100,000 books, again, they're all copies of the same 1,000. The diversity is gone forever. You can't get back the 99,000 books that burned. They're lost to history. That's what happened to human genetic diversity. Somewhere in our past, the human population crashed severely. The library burned. Most of the books were lost. And everyone alive today, all 8 billion of us, were all copies of the few books that survived. Scientists call this a population bottleneck, a period when a species' numbers drop so low that genetic diversity collapses. The smaller the population gets, the more diversity is lost. And the genetic evidence suggests that the human bottleneck was extreme. We didn't just lose a few books. We lost almost the entire library. For decades, geneticists suspected something had happened in our past. Some event that had reduced human populations to dangerously low levels. They could see the evidence in our DNA, in the patterns of genetic markers that should be more varied but aren't, in the mutations that should show more branches but instead show everyone descending from a very small group, in the mitochondrial DNA passed from mothers to children, and the Y chromosome DNA passed from fathers to sons, both pointing to what scientists call mitochondrial Eve, and Y chromosomal Adam. Not literal individuals necessarily, but the most recent common ancestors of all living humans, and both dated to approximately the same period, 70,000 to 75,000 years ago. Something happened during that window. Something that brought humanity to its knees. But what? That was the mystery. Geneticists could see the signature of the bottleneck. They could calculate roughly when it happened and how severe it was. They could trace genetic lineages backward and watch them converge on a small number of founding individuals, but they didn't know what caused it. Climate change was one theory, maybe an ice age or a prolonged drought. Disease was another possibility. Perhaps a pandemic swept through early human populations, killing most, and leaving only small, isolated pockets. Competition with other human species was suggested. Neanderthals, Denisovans, and several other human lineages coexisted with Homo sapiens 70,000 years ago. Maybe we fought, maybe we lost, badly, and only a few survived. All plausible theories, all possible explanations. And then geologists found something interesting. Layers of volcanic ash buried in sediment across Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. Thick layers, meters deep in some places. Ash that dated to exactly the same period when the genetic bottleneck occurred. Not similar timing, exact timing. The pieces started falling into place. The ash came from a volcano, not just any volcano, a supervolcano, one of the largest eruptions in the past 2 million years. An explosion so massive it affected the entire planet simultaneously, blocking out the sun, dropping global temperatures, triggering what scientists call a volcanic winter. And it happened 74,000 years ago, right in the middle of the genetic bottleneck window. The culprit, a mountain in Indonesia that most people have never heard of, Mount Toba, a name that should be as famous as the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs, but most people have never heard of it. Yet what happened there 74,000 years ago was possibly the most catastrophic event in human history. Not recorded history, human history, the whole thing. This was the event that nearly ended us before we'd really begun. Before cities, before agriculture, before writing or art or complex civilization. When we were just small bands of hunter-gatherers scattered across Africa and the Middle East, trying to survive day to day, trying to find food, trying to stay warm, trying to avoid predators and disease and starvation. And then the sky went dark, the temperature plummeted, the plants died, the animals died, and most humans died too. The genetic evidence is clear on that point. Most lineages that existed before Toba don't exist afterward. They're gone. Entire branches of the human family tree pruned away by catastrophe, lost to history, no descendants, no legacy, just gone. But not everyone died. Somewhere in caves along the southern coast of Africa, in protected valleys of the East African Rift, in places with access to water and diverse food sources and shelter from the ash and the cold, small groups held on. They endured years of darkness, years of cold, years of watching their world collapse around them while they struggled to survive one more day, one more week, one more season. They had fire, they had tools, they had language, they had each other, and somehow, against odds that seem impossible to calculate, they made it through. Every person reading this, every person alive today, every human who has lived in the past 70,000 years. We're all descended from those survivors, that tiny population that refused to give up when the world went dark. The question that keeps scientists up at night, the question that drives ongoing research into this period, the question that might teach us something crucial about our own resilience and vulnerability is this: how did they survive? What did those few thousand people, huddled in the darkness, do that enabled them to outlast the catastrophe? What strategies worked? What choices made the difference between a lineage that survived and one that perished? What made them different from the tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, who didn't make it? And perhaps more importantly for us today, as we face our own global challenges, our own potential catastrophes, what can we learn from how they survived the worst crisis in human history? The answer lies in a mountain in Indonesia that, when it exploded, nearly ended humanity before we'd really begun. A mountain that, on one terrible day, 74,000 years ago, demonstrated just how fragile our existence really is, and just how remarkably resilient we can be when survival is the only option. The genetic evidence tells us more than just that a bottleneck occurred. It tells us a story written in the language of nucleotides and base pairs. A story that forensic scientists would recognize as a crime scene investigation, except the crime scene is 74,000 years old and spans the entire planet. Look at your hands. The DNA in every cell contains markers, specific sequences that act like timestamps, like rings in a tree trunk. They record history. Geneticists can analyze these markers and trace lineages backward through time. mother to grandmother to great-grandmother, backward through hundreds of generations until the paths converge. And they converge remarkably quickly. If human population had grown steadily over the past 200,000 years, those lineages would branch outward like a massive tree with countless major limbs. We'd see enormous diversity, populations separated for tens of thousands of years, developing distinct genetic signatures, different branches that split early and never reconnected. But that's not what we see. Instead, we see a tree with a very narrow trunk 70,000 years ago, then explosive branching afterward. Like a plant that almost died, was cut back to nearly nothing, then regrew with vigour. The pattern is unmistakable. Something cut human population down to a tiny fraction of what it had been. And then, afterward, we exploded. We expanded, we spread, we conquered the globe, but we did it starting from an incredibly small base. The numbers are staggering when you really consider them. Scientists estimate that before the bottleneck, human population might have been anywhere from 100,000 to perhaps 1 million individuals scattered across Africa and parts of the Middle East. We were not a dominant species. We were one of several human species, competing for resources, occupying ecological niches, surviving but not thriving. After the bottleneck, as few as 3,000 to 10,000 individuals, maybe fewer. Some genetic models suggest the breeding population could have been as low as 40 individuals at the absolute nadir. 40 people. One extended family, one tribe, one small group that, through a combination of location, luck, and adaptability, made it through the worst of the crisis. Now, we need to be careful here. These numbers are estimates based on genetic modelling. They're not precise counts. The actual population could have been higher, could have been lower. What we know with certainty is that it was small, dangerously small, extinction level small. There's a concept in conservation biology called the minimum viable population. The smallest number of individuals a species needs to survive long term without succumbing to inbreeding, genetic drift, random disasters, or simple bad luck. For most large mammals, that number is in the thousands. Below that threshold, extinction becomes not just possible, but likely. Humans came perilously close to that threshold. Maybe we crossed it. Maybe we should have gone extinct. Maybe the only reason we're here discussing this is luck, being in the right place at the right time, having access to the right resources, making the right choices when those choices mattered most. Think about what that means for a moment. If just one of those small survivor groups had failed, if the cave they sheltered in had collapsed, if the water source they depended on had dried up, if a disease had swept through their camp, if they'd made a wrong choice about where to go or what to eat, or how to survive the endless darkness. If any one of dozens of potential disasters had befallen them, we wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here. Civilization wouldn't exist. Art, music, literature, science, philosophy, all the accumulated knowledge and culture of humanity, all the achievements and dreams and struggles of billions of people across thousands of years. None of it would exist because the thread would have been cut 74,000 years ago on some dark, cold day when the last humans died in a cave somewhere in Africa. But they didn't die. They held on. And the question remains, how? What was different about the survivors? Was it their location? Were they simply fortunate to be in places where the catastrophe was less severe? Or was it something about them, their behaviour, their culture, their willingness to cooperate or innovate or adapt? The genetic evidence offers some clues. Certain genes show signs of strong selection during this period. Genes related to immune function, suggesting disease was a significant pressure. Genes related to brain development and language, suggesting that cognitive and social abilities mattered for survival. Genes related to metabolism and cold tolerance, suggesting the climate stress was severe and prolonged. This wasn't just about physical survival. It wasn't just about finding enough calories to avoid starvation, though that was certainly part of it. This was about adapting, changing, becoming something different than what humans had been before. The humans who went into the bottleneck weren't quite the same as the humans who came out. The crisis changed us, selected for certain traits, created pressure that shaped our evolution in ways we're still discovering. Some scientists argue that this bottleneck, this near extinction event, is actually when we became behaviourally modern, when we developed the full suite of cognitive abilities that define Homo sapiens. Not anatomically modern, we'd looked basically human for 200,000 years or more, but behaviourally modern, fully capable of complex language, abstract thought, symbolic reasoning, art, music, sophisticated tool-making, long-range planning. The archaeological record shows a shift around this time. Before 70,000 years ago, human artifacts are relatively simple. Tools that work but don't show much innovation. After 70,000 years ago, especially after 60,000 years ago, there's an explosion. Sophisticated tools, art, jewellery, symbolic objects, long-distance trade, evidence of complex social structures. It's like a switch flipped. Like we woke up. Maybe the near extinction did that. Maybe when you're down to your last few thousand people, when survival requires every ounce of intelligence and creativity and cooperation you can muster. Maybe that selection pressure creates a cognitive revolution. Maybe crisis forges capability, or maybe it's simpler. Maybe the bottleneck just killed off everyone except the most adaptable, the most cooperative, the most cognitively flexible. And their descendants, all of us, inherited those traits. Either way, the evidence is clear. Something happened 70,000 years ago that brought humanity to the brink. Something that left an indelible mark on our genetics, our evolution, our very nature as a species. And that something, that catastrophe that almost ended us, can be traced to one event, one terrible, world-altering event. The answer lies in a mountain in Indonesia called Toba, a volcano that, when it erupted 74,000 years ago, unleashed devastation on a scale almost impossible to comprehend. A supervolcano that demonstrated just how thin the margin between existence and extinction really is. And understanding what Toba did to the world and how our ancestors survived it might be one of the most important stories. We can tell because the threats we face today, climate change, pandemics, nuclear weapons, ecological collapse, they all ask the same question those survivors faced in the darkness 74,000 years ago. Can we adapt? Can we cooperate? Can we survive? They did. Against impossible odds, they did. and the fact that you're reading this is proof. If you visit Indonesia today, you can see Lake Toba. It's beautiful, peaceful, a massive body of water nestled in the highlands of North Sumatra, surrounded by lush green mountains and terraced rice fields. Tourists come to swim in its cool waters, to kayak, to watch the sun set over the largest volcanic lake on Earth. It's one of those places that feels ancient and serene. A place where the modern world seems far away, where you can breathe deep and feel connected to something timeless. And you'd never know, looking at that calm blue water, that you're standing inside the crater of a monster. A geological nightmare that 74,000 years ago came close to ending the human species. Lake Toba is 60 miles long and 20 miles wide. That's not the lake formed by a volcano. That's the caldera. The collapsed crater. The scar left behind when the mountain exploded with such violence that the magma chamber beneath emptied out and the land above collapsed inward, creating a hole so massive it would take tens of thousands of years to fill with water. This wasn't a volcano. This was a supervolcano. Most people have heard of volcanoes. Mount St. Helens in Washington state, Mount Vesuvius in Italy, which buried Pompeii, Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines. These are what geologists call regular volcanoes, and when we say regular, we're being generous. These eruptions are catastrophic. They kill thousands, they bury cities, they reshape landscapes. Mount St. Helens, when it erupted in 1980, released energy equivalent to 600 Hiroshima atomic bombs. The blast knocked down 230 square miles of forest instantly. Trees hundreds of years old snapped like matchsticks. Ash covered entire states. The mountain itself lost 300 feet of elevation. Just gone. Blown into the atmosphere. 57 people died despite days of warning and evacuation efforts. The power was unimaginable. People who witnessed it from dozens of miles away said it felt like the world was ending. Now multiply that by 5,000. That's Toba. 5,000 times more powerful than Mount St. Helens. That's not hyperbole. That's not exaggeration for effect. That's the scientific estimate based on the volume of material ejected and the scale of the geological evidence left behind. To put that in perspective, if Mount St. Helens was equivalent to 1,600 atomic bombs, Toba was equivalent to 8 million Hiroshima bombs, all going off simultaneously in one location, with enough force to affect the entire planet for years. Volcanoes are measured on something called the Volcanic Explosivity Index, or VEI. It's a logarithmic scale like the Richter scale for earthquakes. Each number represents an eruption 10 times more powerful than the one below it. Mount St. Helens was a VEI 5, already devastating, already catastrophic on a regional scale. The 1991 eruption of Mount Pinatubo, one of the largest of the 20th century, was a VEI 6. It ejected 2.5 cubic miles of material. The ash cloud circled the globe. Global temperatures dropped by about 1 degree Fahrenheit for a year. That 1 degree was enough to affect weather patterns worldwide, to cause crop failures, to change growing seasons. Toba was a VEI 8, the highest level on the scale, the kind of eruption that happens once every 100,000 years or more. The kind geologists hope never to see in recorded history. It ejected 670 cubic miles of material. Not 2.5, 670, enough to bury the entire state of Texas under 15 feet of rock and ash. enough to create a layer of volcanic debris across South Asia that's still visible today in geological strata meters thick in some places. Picture the eruption 74,000 years ago. The mountain has been rumbling for days, maybe weeks, small earthquakes, steam venting from cracks in the rock. The local wildlife, if they're smart, are already fleeing. But there's nowhere far enough to run. Then it happens. The ground ruptures, not slowly, not gradually. The entire magma chamber, a massive reservoir of molten rock and superheated gas that's been building pressure for thousands of years, finds a weakness, finds a way out, and it explodes. The force is inconceivable. The mountain doesn't just erupt, it detonates. The blast is heard thousands of miles away. The shockwave radiates outward, flattening everything for hundreds of miles in every direction. Forests, animals, rivers, landscapes that took millennia to form, erased in seconds. But that's just the beginning. The eruption column, the pillar of ash, rock, and gas, shooting upward from the vent, reaches 50 miles into the sky. 50 miles? That's twice the altitude of the highest weather. That's into the stratosphere. That's where the air is so thin that nothing lives, where temperatures are below freezing even in the tropics, where the jet streams blow. And into that upper atmosphere, Toba pumps cubic miles of material, ash, pumice, sulfur dioxide, volcanic gases, all of it caught by the stratospheric winds and carried around the planet at hundreds of miles per hour. Within days, the ash cloud has spread across Asia. Within weeks, it's circled the globe. And it doesn't settle, it can't, it's too fine, too light. It hangs suspended in the upper atmosphere, blocking sunlight, reflecting solar radiation back into space, creating a veil between the Earth and the Sun. The planet begins to cool. This is what scientists call a volcanic winter, and Toba's volcanic winter was the worst in human history. Possibly the worst in the past 2 million years. Here's what happens during a volcanic winter. First, the ash blocks sunlight. Not completely, but significantly. Enough that at midday the sky looks like dusk. Everything has a greyish tint. The sun, if you can see it at all, is a pale disk barely visible through the haze. Plants need sunlight for photosynthesis. Without adequate light, they can't produce energy. They can't grow. And if the darkness persists, they die. Starting with the most light-dependent species. The ones that need full sun, the ones at the base of the food chain. Then the temperature drops. The ash, and especially the sulfur dioxide in the stratosphere, form aerosols, tiny particles that reflect sunlight. The more aerosols, the less solar energy reaches the Earth's surface, and Toba pumped enough sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere to create a reflective layer that persisted for years. Estimates suggest global temperatures dropped by 20 to 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Some models suggest even more in certain regions. That's not a bad winter, that's a new ice age starting in the span of months. In the tropics, where many early humans lived, temperatures that average 80 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit suddenly drop to 50 or 60. Overnight, a climate where humans could survive with minimal clothing and shelter became one where you needed fire constantly, where hypothermia became a real threat. In regions that were already cool, northern latitudes, high altitudes, the drop was even worse. Areas that were habitable became frozen wastelands. Places where humans had thrived for generations became unlivable within a single season. But temperature is just one factor. The ash fall affected everything. In Indonesia, close to the eruption, the ash layer was measured in meters. Entire landscapes buried. Nothing survived. The eruption, pyroclastic flows, superheated clouds of gas, and volcanic debris moving at hundreds of miles per hour incinerated everything within 1,000 miles of the volcano. But even far from the eruption, the ash was devastating. Imagine it falling like snow, except it's not snow. It's gritty, abrasive. Like tiny shards of glass, it gets into everything: your eyes, your lungs, water sources, food. It covers plants, preventing photosynthesis even before the darkness does. It contaminates rivers and lakes, making water undrinkable. It buries the ground under a grey blanket that kills root systems and prevents new growth, and it keeps falling for days, for weeks, depending on how far you are from the eruption and how the winds blow. The ash fall might be continuous or it might come in waves, but it's relentless. Animals that depend on plants start dying. Herbivores, the megafauna that early humans hunted for food. Without vegetation, they starve. The young die first. Then the old. Then even the healthy adults, because there's simply nothing to eat. And when the herbivores die, the predators that eat them start dying too. The whole ecosystem, from the bottom up, begins to collapse. For humans, the cascade is terrifying. The animals you hunt for meat, dying or fleeing to regions you can't reach. The plants you gather for food, dead or dying under the ash and darkness. The water you drink, contaminated with volcanic debris and particles that cause illness. Your whole world, the environment you've adapted to over thousands of generations, becomes hostile in a matter of months. Scientists estimate the volcanic winter lasted at least 6 to 10 years, a decade of reduced sunlight, lowered temperatures, disrupted weather patterns, and ecological collapse. That's not a bad year. That's not a rough patch. That's a sustained crisis that would test the absolute limits of human adaptability. And the evidence of this catastrophe is written in the geological record across the world. In ice cores from Greenland, researchers found layers of sulfuric acid dated to 74,000 years ago. The sulfur dioxide from Toba, converted to sulfuric acid in the atmosphere, eventually precipitated out as acid rain and snow, leaving a chemical signature in the ice that persists to this day. In sediment cores from the Indian Ocean, there are layers of ash chemically matched to Toba. Meters thick in some areas, a permanent record of the day the sky rained glass. In Africa, in soil deposits from 74,000 years ago, researchers found the same ash, thousands of miles from Indonesia, carried by stratospheric winds and deposited across an entire continent, evidence that this wasn't a regional disaster. This was global. And in the same African soil layers, just above the ash, the archaeological record changes. Artifacts become scarcer. Sites show signs of abandonment. Populations that had lived in certain areas for thousands of years simply disappear from the record. The timing matches the genetic bottleneck perfectly, not approximately, not around the same time. The ash layers date to 74,000 years ago, give or take a few thousand years depending on the dating method. The genetic bottleneck dates to 70,000 to 75,000 years ago, based on DNA analysis and mutation rates. The correlation is too precise to be coincidence. Toba erupted, the world went dark, temperatures plummeted, ecosystems collapsed, and somewhere in that global catastrophe, human populations crashed from potentially hundreds of thousands or even 1 million individuals down to a few thousand. Survivors. Most didn't make it. The genetic lineages that disappeared during this period, branches of the human family tree that simply end in the fossil and DNA record, represent real people, real families, real communities that faced the volcanic winter and didn't survive. Maybe they were in the wrong location, too close to the eruption, or too far from sources of food and shelter that could sustain them through the darkness. Maybe they didn't have the right tools or knowledge to adapt quickly enough. Maybe they simply had bad luck. A disease swept through at the worst time. A key member of the group died. Resources ran out just before conditions improved. We'll never know their specific stories. We'll never know their names or their struggles or the exact moments when their lineages ended. All we have is the absence in the genetic record. The branches that don't continue, the lines that terminate 74,000 years ago and leave no descendants. But within days of the eruption, the ash cloud was spreading across the sky. Within weeks, it had reached Africa, thousands of miles from the volcano. Within months, the temperature was dropping globally, and ecosystems were beginning to collapse. And somewhere below that darkening sky, scattered groups of early humans faced a simple, terrible reality. Their world had suddenly become unlivable. The question was no longer how to thrive. The question was whether they could survive at all. Picture Africa 75,000 years ago, before the mountain exploded, before the sky went dark, before everything changed. The sun rises over the savannah, warm and reliable. The grasses stretch endlessly, golden in the morning light. Acacia trees dot the landscape, their silhouettes familiar and ancient. In the distance, a herd of elephants moves toward a waterhole. Not the African elephants we know today, but their ancestors, larger, stranger, part of a megafauna world that won't survive into the modern era. And among these giants, small groups of humans, our ancestors, Homo sapiens, anatomically modern. If you could see them from a distance, you might not immediately realize they were from 75,000 years ago. They look like us. Same height, roughly, same proportions, same capacity for complex thought and emotion. But if you got closer, you'd notice differences. They're leaner, harder. Every individual is muscled in a way that comes from constant movement, constant physical challenge. There's no softness here, no excess. Survival is measured in calories burned and calories gained, and the margin between the two is thin. Their skin is dark. These are tropical humans, adapted to intense sun, living near the equator where UV radiation is strongest. Melanin is survival. Protection coded into their genetics over hundreds of thousands of years of evolution in African sunlight. Their clothing is minimal, perhaps leather wraps or woven plant fibers covering the essentials. Maybe decorative elements, shells, carved bone, feathers, that suggest the beginning of symbolic thinking, the seeds of art and culture. But practicality dominates. They wear what they need to, nothing more. They carry tools, stone blades napped from flint or obsidian. Wooden spears with fire-hardened tips, maybe bone awls for working leather. These aren't crude implements. The technology has been refined over tens of thousands of years. Each tool is purposeful, efficient, the product of accumulated knowledge passed down through generations. They move in a group, 20, maybe 30 individuals, extended family. This is the basic unit of human social organisation at this time. Small bands tied together by kinship and cooperation. Everyone knows everyone. Children grow up surrounded by parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins. The group is everything: protection, knowledge, identity. Watch them interact. There's language, full, complex language. Not grunts or simple signals, but speech, conversations about where to find water, stories about a successful hunt from days ago, teaching moments where an elder shows a child how to knap a stone blade, explaining the angle, the pressure, the technique refined over a lifetime of practice. They laugh, they argue, they comfort a child who's fallen and skinned a knee. They mourn when someone dies, which happens more often than we'd find acceptable. Infant mortality is high. Injuries that would be minor today can be fatal. The average lifespan is perhaps 30 to 40 years if you survive childhood, but within those years, there's life. Rich, full, human life. This is Homo sapiens 75,000 years ago, fully human, cognitively capable of everything we can do today. The same brain architecture, the same potential. What they lack isn't intelligence or creativity. What they lack is accumulated knowledge. The collective wisdom that comes from hundreds of generations building on what came before. They're starting that accumulation. They're in the early stages, but they're doing it. There's evidence, though they wouldn't know to call it that, of recent innovations spreading through populations. Better hunting techniques, improved stone tool designs. The use of ochre, a red mineral pigment, for purposes that might be decorative or symbolic. We find ochre at sites from this period, processed, transported, clearly valued, which means they were thinking abstractly, creating meaning beyond pure survival. Some groups are beginning to create art, nothing like what will come tens of thousands of years later, the spectacular cave paintings of Europe, but marks on stone, patterns carved into bone. The first stirrings of the human impulse to create, to represent, to make meaning visible. And they're spread across a vast territory. Most humans at this time live in Africa. This is the homeland. This is where Homo sapiens evolved, beginning perhaps 300,000 years ago, though the exact timing and location are still debated. For most of that time, we stayed in Africa, small populations in various regions. East Africa, Southern Africa, parts of North Africa when the climate permitted, but by 75,000 years ago, some groups had begun pushing beyond the continent, small populations in the Middle East, the Levant region, modern-day Israel, Lebanon, Syria. Archaeological sites show human presence there, though it's unclear if these populations persisted or died out. The routes out of Africa were uncertain. Climate fluctuations made migration risky. Deserts expanded and contracted. Coastlines shifted with changing sea levels. A few groups, maybe in parts of Asia. The evidence is scarce and contentious, but it's possible some early humans had reached as far as the Indian subcontinent, or even Southeast Asia by this time. Tiny populations, vulnerable, clinging to coastlines or river valleys where resources were more reliable. The total human population is hard to estimate. The archaeological record is fragmentary. Most of what existed has been lost to time, erosion, geological processes. But based on what we've found, and on models of hunter-gatherer population density, scientists estimate anywhere from 100,000 to perhaps 1 million individuals total. That sounds like a lot until you remember we're talking about an entire species spread across millions of square miles. Population density was incredibly low. You could walk for days without encountering another human group. Most of the planet, from our perspective, was empty, wild, untouched, and humans weren't alone. This is crucial to understand. In 75,000 years ago, Homo sapiens was not the only human species on Earth. We were one of several. In Europe and parts of Western Asia, Neanderthals thrived. Homo neanderthalensis. They've been around for hundreds of thousands of years. Stockier than Homo sapiens, built for cold climates, incredibly strong. Archaeological evidence shows they were sophisticated hunters, capable of bringing down megafauna like woolly mammoths. They used fire. They made complex tools. They buried their dead, which suggests some form of ritual or spiritual belief. For a long time, Neanderthals were portrayed as primitive, brutish, less intelligent than modern humans, but that narrative has collapsed under the weight of evidence. Neanderthals were cognitively complex. Their brains were actually larger than ours on average, though. Structured slightly differently. They survived in harsh Ice Age environments for hundreds of thousands of years. That requires intelligence, planning, cooperation. They were human. Just a different kind of human than Homo sapiens. In Asia, particularly Siberia, and parts of what's now Russia and Mongolia, lived another group we call Denisovans. We know less about them. They were only identified recently through DNA analysis of fossils. We don't have many complete skeletons. What we know comes primarily from genetics and a few tantalizing fragments, a finger bone, a jaw, some teeth, but the DNA tells a story. Denisovans were yet another branch of the human family tree, related to Neanderthals but distinct. They interbred with Homo sapiens at some point. Modern humans of Melanesian and Aboriginal Australian descent carry significant Denisovan DNA, suggesting contact and interbreeding occurred when Homo sapiens migrated through Asia. And there were others. Homo erectus, an older human species, might have still existed in isolated pockets of Southeast Asia. Homo floresiensis, the hobbit species discovered on the Indonesian island of Flores, might have survived until quite recently in geological terms. Other species, known only from fragmentary remains, occupied their own ecological niches. This was a world with multiple human species, multiple ways of being human, multiple lineages that had split from common ancestors hundreds of thousands of years earlier and followed their own evolutionary paths. It wasn't like today. Today, there's just us, Homo sapiens, alone, the only human species left. But back then, the human family tree had multiple living branches, which raises a question we'll explore later. What happened to all of them? Why are we the only ones left? But for now, in 75,000 years ago, they all coexist, probably with little contact, given the distances and low population densities. Different species in different regions, adapted to different climates, following different survival strategies. And the world they inhabited was rich in a way that's hard to imagine now. The megafauna, animals that dwarf anything alive today except elephants and whales. Massive mammals that filled ecological niches now vacant. In Africa, straight-tusked elephants, larger than modern elephants, giant buffalo, massive lions, bigger than today's versions, saber-toothed cats in some regions, ancient species of rhinoceros and hippopotamus that would look alien to modern eyes. These were the animals humans hunted, or more often scavenged from, or avoided entirely because they were too dangerous. The relationship between humans and megafauna was complex. We were predators, yes, but we were also prey. We were neither apex predators nor helpless victims. We were somewhere in the middle, using intelligence and cooperation to survive in a world full of creatures physically stronger than us. The environment itself was varied. Africa 75,000 years ago wasn't uniformly hot and dry. Climate fluctuated. Some periods were wetter, some drier. The Sahara Desert, which today is vast and impassable, went through green phases when rainfall increased and vegetation spread. During those times, humans could migrate through regions that would later become barren. Coastlines were different. Sea levels fluctuated with ice age cycles. During glacial periods, when water was locked up in ice sheets, sea levels dropped. Coastlines extended further out, land bridges appeared. During interglacial periods, when ice melted, seas rose and coastlines retreated. Humans adapted to all of it. That was our evolutionary edge. Not physical strength, not speed or specialized anatomy. Adaptability, behavioral flexibility. The ability to survive in diverse environments by changing our behavior, our tools, our strategies, and increasingly our culture. By 75,000 years ago, human groups had culture, distinct traditions passed down through generations, different tool-making styles in different regions, different hunting techniques, different social structures, though we can only infer these from artifacts and the behaviour of modern hunter-gatherers. Language meant that knowledge could be transmitted efficiently. You didn't have to learn everything through trial and error. Elders could teach. Stories could preserve important information, where water is found during dry seasons, which plants are edible, how to track specific animals, what dangers to avoid. This accumulation of cultural knowledge was accelerating. Each generation added to what came before. Techniques refined, tools improved, understanding deepened, but it was still fragile. A single bad drought could wipe out a group. A disease, an accident that killed the most knowledgeable members. Groups were small enough that losing a few key individuals could mean losing crucial knowledge. The thread of accumulated wisdom could break, and there was no backup. No writing to preserve information if a group died out. No long-distance communication between groups. Each band was largely on its own, carrying their own knowledge, their own traditions, their own survival strategies. Population estimates suggest that before Toba, humans might have numbered in the hundreds of thousands, maybe approaching 1 million. But that's an estimate based on limited evidence. The real number could have been significantly higher or lower. What we know for certain is that humans were not dominant. We were not the planetary force we would later become. We were a successful species, yes, wide-ranging, adaptable, but also vulnerable, dependent on ecosystems we couldn't control. subject to climate fluctuations we couldn't predict. Living day to day, generation to generation, surviving but not secure. And then 74,000 years ago, a mountain in Indonesia that most of these people had never heard of. That was thousands of miles from where most of them lived, exploded with a force that would reshape the entire planet. Within weeks, the ash clouds would reach Africa. The temperature would start dropping. The reliable patterns that had governed survival for thousands of years would break down. And these people, these small bands of humans with their stone tools and their fire and their language and their culture, would face the greatest test in the history of our species. They had fire, which could provide warmth when temperatures plummeted. They had tools which could help them hunt and process food. They had language which enabled cooperation and knowledge sharing. They had each other, which meant collective survival strategies instead of individual struggle. In a few months, they would need every single one of these advantages, every bit of knowledge their ancestors had accumulated, every innovation they'd developed, every social bond they'd formed, and for most of them, it wouldn't be enough. The ash arrives on a morning that starts like any other. Imagine you're part of a small group living along the southern coast of what will one day be called South Africa. Your band has camped near a cave system you've used for generations. The location is ideal. Fresh water from a spring that never runs dry. Access to the ocean for shellfish. Game animals passing through on seasonal migrations. This place is home in the deepest sense. Your grandparents were born here. Your children will be born here. The rhythms of life are reliable, predictable, safe. You wake with the sun as always, but something's wrong. The light is strange, muted, like dawn is struggling to fully arrive. You step out from the cave mouth and look east, toward where the sun should be rising bright and warm. The sky has a colour you've never seen before, greyish, yellowish, wrong, and there's something in the air. At first you think it might be smoke from a distant fire. That happens sometimes. Lightning strikes during the dry season, grass catches and smoke drifts for days. But this doesn't smell like smoke. It doesn't move like smoke. It's thicker, heavier. You look up, tiny particles falling from the sky. Not rain, not snow. You've never seen snow living this close to the equator. But elders have told stories of cold white stuff that falls in. The far north. This is something else. It's grey, gritty. It lands on your skin and doesn't brush off easily. It gets in your hair, your eyes, your mouth. The taste is bitter, mineral, like licking rock dust. Around you, others are waking, emerging from the cave, stopping, staring at the sky with the same confusion you feel. What is this? No one knows. There's no word in your language for volcanic ash because you've never encountered it. No living memory includes anything like this. No story passed down through generations prepared anyone for the sky raining dust. The children are the first to react with alarm. A toddler starts crying, rubbing at her eyes where the ash has irritated them. An older child asks questions no one can answer. Why is the sky grey? What's falling? When will it stop? When will it stop? That's the question, isn't it? If this is just a passing phenomenon, something strange but temporary, you can wait it out, shelter in the cave, protect the fire, let it pass, but it doesn't pass. Hours go by. The ash keeps falling. Not heavily, not like a downpour, more like a persistent drizzle. Constant, inescapable. It accumulates on the ground, on rocks, on plants. Everything acquires a grey coating that dulls colours and muffles sounds. The temperature feels cooler than it should. Not dramatically so, not yet. But enough that you notice. Enough that by midday, when the sun should be overhead and hot, it's merely warm. The light filtering through the ash-laden atmosphere is dim, like perpetual twilight. Animals are reacting. Birds that normally fill the morning with calls are silent, or they've flown away, you're not sure which. The usual sounds of the savannah, the distant trumpet of elephants, the chatter of monkeys, the buzz of insects are muted or absent. A herd of antelope passes near the camp, moving faster than normal, not running from a predator, but moving with purpose, heading somewhere, away from something. Instinct tells you they know something you don't. By evening, everyone's uneasy. The ash is still falling. The sky hasn't cleared, and now there's a new problem. Breathing is becoming uncomfortable. The fine particles in the air irritate lungs. Coughs echo through the cave. Children and elders struggle more than healthy adults, their smaller or weaker respiratory systems overwhelmed by the constant exposure. Someone suggests moving inland away from the coast. Maybe whatever this is only affects the shoreline. But others argue for staying. This cave is home. The spring provides water. Where would you go? What if it's worse elsewhere? The debate doesn't resolve. Uncertainty paralyzes decision-making. So you stay. Shelter in the cave. Keep the fire going. That's crucial. Fire means warmth, safety, the ability to cook food. Losing the fire would be catastrophic. The ash is trying to kill the fire. It falls into the flames, smothering them if you're not vigilant. Someone has to tend the hearth constantly, brushing away the accumulating ash, adding wood, protecting the embers. The person assigned this task doesn't sleep much for the first few days. Can't. The fire is too important. Days pass. The ash continues falling. Some days heavier, some days lighter, but always present. The ground is covered now. A layer several inches thick in places. Walking through it kicks up clouds of dust that make breathing even harder. The water from the spring starts tasting wrong. Gritty, contaminated with ash that's washed down from the surrounding landscape. You try filtering it through woven grasses, but the particles are too fine. The water is drinkable. Technically, it won't kill you immediately. But it's unpleasant and possibly harmful if consumed long term. Food becomes the urgent concern. The plants you normally gather are covered in ash. Some are dying, their leaves brown and wilted, unable to photosynthesize through the grey coating. Fruits and berries, if you can find them, taste wrong, contaminated. You wash them as best you can, but the ash is persistent. Hunting is difficult. The game animals have mostly disappeared, either dead or migrated to regions where conditions might be better. The few animals you encounter are weak, disoriented, easy to kill, but thin and malnourished. Their meat is lean, lacking the fat your body needs for energy in increasingly cold conditions, because it's getting colder. The temperature drop is gradual but relentless. Each day is slightly cooler than the last. Within 2 weeks of the ash first arriving, daytime temperatures that used to reach 85 or 90 degrees Fahrenheit are struggling to hit 70. Nights are worse. You've never experienced cold like this. Not in your lifetime. Not in the stories your grandparents told. You need clothing you don't have. Shelter that provides more insulation than the cave naturally offers. Fire becomes even more critical. You burn through wood faster than you can gather it, and gathering is harder because visibility is poor, and the ash makes everything slippery and unstable. Someone suggests building a second fire near the cave entrance, creating a barrier of warmth between the outside cold and the living area deeper in the cave. It helps, but it requires constant fuel, constant attention, constant work, and people are getting tired. Not just physically, though the daily struggle to find food and maintain fire is exhausting. Mentally, emotionally, the uncertainty is grinding. No one understands what's happening. There's no framework for processing this. Is it a punishment from the spirits, a natural phenomenon that will end eventually? The end of the world? Different people believe different things, and those beliefs create tension. 3 weeks in, the first person dies, an elder. Weak lungs made weaker by constant ash exposure. He develops a cough that worsens despite attempts to help. Herbal remedies that usually work for respiratory illness have no effect. The ash has damaged his lungs too severely. He drowns, essentially, fluid filling his lungs while he gasps for breath that won't come. The death is terrifying, not just because you've lost someone important, someone who carried knowledge and wisdom, but because it demonstrates your vulnerability. If the ash can kill him, it can kill anyone. The children, the pregnant woman, you. Burial is difficult. The ground is covered in ash, and digging through it reveals more ash mixed with soil. Everything is contaminated. Everything is grey. You do your best, conducting whatever rituals your culture prescribes for honouring the dead, but it feels hollow, wrong, like the world itself is rejecting the attempt to maintain normalcy. After the burial, someone asks the question everyone's thinking, how long will this last? No one has an answer. A month in, maybe 6 weeks, you notice that plants are changing. The species that dominated the landscape, grasses adapted to full sun, trees that need warmth are dying or dormant. But other plants, ones that usually grow in shaded areas or cooler microclimates, are starting to thrive. The ecosystem is shifting, adapting, but it's shifting towards something unfamiliar, something that won't support the animals you hunt or provides the foods you gather. The megafauna are gone. The elephants, the buffalo, the antelope herds that used to pass through seasonally, either dead or migrated beyond your range. Maybe they've found places where conditions are better. Maybe they're all dead. You don't know. What you know is that the primary protein sources your group depended on have vanished. You turn to the ocean. The coastline, at least, still provides. Shellfish, mussels, clams, oysters are resilient. They filter feed, and while the water is probably contaminated with ash, the shellfish themselves are edible. They're not your favourite food. They're labour-intensive to gather and provide less nutrition per effort than hunting game, but they're reliable, available, and right now, reliability matters more than preference. Your group shifts to a shellfish-based diet, supplemented with whatever else you can find. Roots dug from beneath the ash layer. Small animals, rodents, birds if you're lucky. Anything edible. It's survival, barely. 3 months in, conditions haven't improved. If anything, they've worsened. The temperature is now consistently 20 to 25 degrees cooler than normal. Daytime highs in the 60s Fahrenheit. Nights dropping into the 40s. For people who evolved in tropical climates who have spent entire lives in warmth, this is extreme, dangerous. Hypothermia becomes a real threat, especially for the young and old. You sleep huddled together for warmth, clustered around the fire, wearing every scrap of hide and fur you've managed to accumulate. But it's not enough. Another child dies, then another elder. The group shrinks. And the psychological toll is immense. Children who used to play and laugh are quiet, subdued. Adults who used to tell stories and joke during evening meals sit in silence, conserving energy, lost in private worries. Tensions flare over small things. Who gets to sleep closest to the fire? Who's not doing their share of work? Whose fault it is that food is running low? But mostly, people are just scared. Because by now, 6 months into the ashfall and the cold and the darkness, a terrible realization has settled over the group. This isn't ending. Whatever's happening, it's not a temporary phenomenon. It's not a bad season or a passing storm. This is the new reality. The world has changed. And if it doesn't change back, if this is permanent, then survival becomes a question not of weeks or months, but of years, maybe generations. Can you last that long? Looking around the cave, counting the remaining members of your group, seeing the thin faces and the exhausted eyes and the dwindling food supplies, the honest answer is probably not. Other groups are facing the same question. Most of them are answering it with their extinction. Lineages that existed for thousands of years, genetic lines that stretch back to the origins of Homo sapiens, ending quietly in caves and camps across Africa and Asia. No drama, no last stand, just people getting weaker, food getting scarcer, temperatures getting colder, until one day the last person dies and the fire goes out, and that's that. The genetic record shows this clearly. Branches of the human family tree that simply terminate around 74,000 years ago, gone. But your group, hypothetically, is among the survivors. You're in one of the handful of locations where survival is possible. Your cave provides shelter. Your coastal location provides shellfish. Your spring provides water, contaminated but drinkable. Your fire, carefully maintained through months of vigilance, provides warmth. You have enough, barely, just barely enough. But you also have something else. Something that matters as much as food and fire and shelter. You have each other, and you have the accumulated knowledge of generations, the skills to make tools, to process food, to treat injuries, to predict weather, to find resources. Knowledge that's about to be tested like never before, because this, the first 6 months of ash and cold and darkness, this is just the beginning. The volcanic winter has only started. It will last years. Maybe a decade, and everyone facing it, every human group scattered across the planet, will need every advantage evolution and culture have provided. Most won't make it, but the ones who do, the survivors who endure through the worst climate catastrophe in human history, they're going to emerge different, stronger in some ways, changed in others. They're your ancestors, and mine, and everyone's. And the fact that they held on, that they refused to give up, even when the world went dark and cold and hostile, that's why we're here to tell their story. Year 1 of the volcanic winter is when the real dying begins. The first 6 months tested human adaptability. Groups that could adjust quickly, finding new food sources, protecting their fires, sheltering effectively, survived. That initial crisis. But the volcanic winter doesn't end after 6 months. It continues, year after year. And what was survivable for months becomes lethal over years. This is when the genetic bottleneck happens. This is when the human population crashes from potentially hundreds of thousands down to the few thousand that geneticists can detect in our DNA today. This is the die-off. Remember the numbers from earlier? The genetic evidence suggesting that human population dropped to perhaps 10,000 individuals, maybe as few as 3,000 breeding pairs. That catastrophic reduction didn't happen in a single dramatic event. It happened slowly over years, as group after group reached the limits of what their environment could provide and what their bodies could endure. The first to go are the groups already living on the edge, small bands in marginal environments, places where resources were limited even in good times. A drought-prone region where water sources were unreliable, a cold highland area where food was scarce. These groups might have survived indefinitely under normal conditions, their populations small but stable, their survival strategies finely tuned to their specific challenges. But Toba doesn't leave normal conditions anywhere. It makes every environment harsher, every challenge harder, and groups that were already struggling, already operating near the limits of sustainability, they're the first to cross the threshold from survival to extinction. A group of 30 people in East Africa living in a region that was becoming drier even before the volcano erupted. The ashfall makes it worse. Their primary water source, a seasonal river, stops flowing entirely. They try to migrate to another region, but they're weakened from months of poor nutrition. Half the group dies on the journey. The others reach a new area, but it's already occupied by another group that won't share resources. Conflict is brief and tragic. Within a year of the ash first falling, that genetic lineage, a branch of humanity that stretched back tens of thousands of years, ends. No survivors, no descendants. Gone. This happens across the inhabited world. Not in one dramatic moment, but in thousands of small tragedies scattered across decades. The ecosystem collapse is relentless. Plants are the foundation, primary producers. They capture energy from the sun and convert it into biomass that everything else depends on. But with sunlight reduced by ash and sulfur aerosols in the atmosphere, photosynthesis slows. Plants that need full sun die. Grasslands that supported vast herds of herbivores turn brown and sparse. The herbivores starve. Imagine the great megafauna of the Pleistocene, elephants that stand 12 feet tall at the shoulder, giant buffalo with horn spans of 6 feet, massive ground sloths, ancient horses, camels, species of rhinoceros that look alien compared to modern versions. These animals need enormous amounts of food. An adult elephant eats hundreds of pounds of vegetation daily. When the plants die, when the grasses fail, these massive animals can't get enough nutrition, they lose weight. Their immune systems weaken. Disease spreads through weakened herds. Calves are born underweight or not born at all as females' bodies shut down reproduction to conserve energy. The die-off among megafauna is swift and catastrophic. Within the first few years of the volcanic winter, populations that numbered in the millions are reduced to scattered remnants, and humans who depended on hunting these animals face a stark reality. Their primary food source is disappearing. You can see this in the archaeological record. Sites that showed evidence of regular megafauna hunting before 74,000 years ago show a dramatic shift afterward. Fewer large animal bones, more evidence of small game, rodents, birds, reptiles. More reliance on gathered plant foods and, in coastal areas, marine resources. It's a forced adaptation. Shift to new food sources or die. But not all environments offer alternatives. Inland groups far from coastlines can't access shellfish. Groups in regions where plant diversity is low can't fall back on gathered foods. Groups in cold areas find that even the small game has migrated or died. The mathematics of survival become brutal. An adult human needs approximately 2,000 to 2,500 calories per day to maintain body weight and health. More if they're doing heavy physical labour, which hunter-gatherers constantly are. Pregnant or nursing women need more. Growing children need dense nutrition for development. In a good environment, a hunter-gatherer can obtain these calories relatively efficiently. A successful hunt of a large animal provides thousands of calories. Gathered nuts, fruits, and tubers supplement. The group eats well, but in the volcanic winter, obtaining food becomes dramatically harder and provides fewer calories. Hunting is less productive because game is scarce and lean. A successful kill might yield half the calories it would have before because the foal animal is malnourished. Gathering is less productive because plants are stressed or dying. Hours of labour might yield a fraction of the food it once did. The caloric math stops working. You're burning more energy acquiring food than the food provides. That's not sustainable. That's a death spiral. Groups in this situation face a terrible choice: migrate and hope to find better conditions elsewhere, or stay and hope conditions improve. Migration is risky. You're leaving known territory for unknown. You might walk for days or weeks and find conditions even worse. You might encounter hostile groups who won't share resources. You're expending precious calories on travel with no guarantee of finding food at your destination. But staying might be a slow death sentence, watching food stores dwindle, watching people grow thinner and weaker, waiting for a change that might never come. Different groups make different choices. Most of those choices end badly. We know this because of what's missing from the genetic record. When geneticists analyze DNA from modern human populations, they can construct family trees, lineages branching backward through time, converging at common ancestors. If human population had remained stable or grown steadily, over the past 100,000 years, you'd see a massive, bushy tree with countless branches extending from ancient times to the present. But that's not what exists. Instead, there's evidence of massive pruning around 70,000 to 75,000 years ago. Branches that simply end, genetic lineages that don't continue, mitochondrial DNA lines that terminate. Y chromosome variants that disappear from the record. Each lost lineage represents a group that died out entirely. No descendants. Their genes, their cultural knowledge, their stories, their survival. Strategies, all gone. The scale is staggering. Estimates vary, but genetic models suggest that perhaps 90% or more of human genetic diversity was lost during this period. If there were 100,000 humans before Toba and the bottleneck reduced us to 10,000, that's a 90% reduction. If there were 1 million before and only 10,000 after, that's a 99% reduction. Either way, most humans alive when Toba erupted didn't survive the aftermath, and most of those who survived the first year didn't survive the 5th year. And many who survived 5 years didn't survive 10. The die-off was prolonged, generational. Children born during the Volcanic Winter grew up in a world of scarcity and cold, never knowing the abundance their grandparents described in stories. Many of those children didn't survive to adulthood. Birth rates dropped as women's bodies, stressed by malnutrition and cold, became less fertile. Infant mortality soared. Some groups try to adapt in ways that didn't work. There's speculation, impossible to prove, but supported by evidence from other stressed populations, that some groups turned to cannibalism. Desperate attempts to survive by consuming the dead, or even the living. Archaeological sites from various time periods show evidence of this practice during extreme stress. It's possible it occurred during the Toba crisis as well, but even if it did, it wouldn't save a group. Cannibalism doesn't create calories, it just transfers them. In a situation where the entire ecosystem is collapsing, eating other humans is a short-term strategy that delays but doesn't prevent starvation. Other groups might have tried warfare, attacking neighbours to take their food stores or territory. But again, this doesn't solve the fundamental problem. It might benefit the winners temporarily, but if the environment can't support anyone, violence just hastens everyone's demise. The groups that failed weren't stupid or weak. They weren't less intelligent or less capable than the groups that survived. In many cases, they were simply unlucky. Wrong location, wrong timing, wrong combination of environmental stressors hitting at once. A coastal group that depended partly on shellfish and partly on hunted game might have survived if not for a red tide, a toxic algae bloom that made shellfish poisonous, occurring during the 3rd year of the volcanic winter. Their shellfish resource suddenly becomes deadly. Their backup food source, game, is already depleted. The combination is fatal. An inland group with access to a diverse range of plant foods might have survived if not for a particularly severe cold snap during year 5. 3 weeks of temperatures below freezing, something their tropical adapted bodies and minimal shelter can't handle. The cold kills the weakest first, infants, elders, the already sick, but it also kills the fire if wood becomes too wet or scarce to maintain it. Without fire, the rest of the group dies of exposure within days. A group in a cave system with excellent shelter and reliable water might have survived if not for disease. Respiratory infections from breathing ash-contaminated air for years. Waterborne parasites from drinking contaminated water. The weakened state of everyone's immune system means infections that would normally be survivable become deadly. An epidemic tears through the group over the course of months. The population drops below the point where social structure can function. The last few individuals, too few to effectively hunt or gather, wither away. Each group has its own story of collapse, its own final chapter. And we'll never know most of those stories because they left no written record, limited archaeological evidence, and no genetic descendants to carry their memory. What we do know from the genetic evidence is that the bottleneck was severe. The effective population size, the number of individuals actually contributing to the gene pool, was probably between 3,000 and 10,000. But the actual population might have been slightly higher because not everyone who survives reproduces, and not all reproduction results in lineages that persist to the present. Still, even adjusting for these factors, we're talking about a catastrophic population crash, a reduction of perhaps 90% to 99% from pre-Toba levels. That's near extinction. That's humanity hanging on by a thread so thin that a single additional disaster, a disease outbreak, a particularly bad year of cold, a drought in the wrong place at the wrong time, could have ended us entirely. But it didn't. Some groups held on, which raises the question that becomes increasingly urgent as we understand the scale of the die-off. What did the survivors have that the others didn't? Was it purely location? Were they simply in the handful of places on Earth where conditions remain survivable? Or was it something about them? Their culture, their social structures, their technological innovations, their willingness to cooperate or adapt or take risks that others wouldn't. The genetic evidence suggests that most survivors were concentrated in specific regions of Africa. Southern Africa particularly, places with access to coastlines, diverse ecosystems, cave systems that provided shelter, and springs that provided reliable water. But location alone doesn't guarantee survival. There must have been groups in those regions who still died out. The fact that some survived and others didn't suggests that behavior mattered, choices mattered, strategies mattered. And understanding what those strategies were, what the survivors did differently, might be one of the most important lessons we can learn from this ancient catastrophe. Because humanity has faced extinction before. We came within thousands of individuals of disappearing entirely. The fact that we're here 74,000 years later, numbering 8 billion and dominating the planet, is testament to the resilience and adaptability of those few thousand survivors. They endured the unendurable. They adapted when adaptation seemed impossible. They cooperated when resources were scarce. They innovated when old ways stopped working. They survived when survival was, by any reasonable measure, unlikely. And every person alive today carries their legacy, their genes, their triumph over catastrophe. The proof that humans, when pushed to the absolute brink, can endure. But somewhere, in cave systems in southern Africa, in protected valleys, in coastal refuges, small groups were holding on. Barely, just barely, but holding on. And what they did, the choices they made, the strategies they employed, would determine whether humanity had a future at all. If you could travel back 73,000 years and search for surviving humans, you'd find them. Concentrated in a handful of very specific locations, not scattered randomly across continents, not evenly distributed, concentrated, clustered in what scientists now call refugia, small pockets of relative stability in a world that had become overwhelmingly hostile. And the majority of survivors, the groups whose descendants would eventually populate the entire planet, were in one region, southern Africa, specifically along the southern coast of what is now South Africa. Picture the landscape. Rocky coastlines where the Indian and Atlantic Oceans meet, cave systems carved into limestone cliffs over millions of years, springs that bubble up from underground aquifers, providing fresh water year-round, tidal pools rich with marine life, kelp forests offshore, beaches covered in shellfish at low tide. This is Pinnacle Point. It's a stretch of coastline about 250 miles east of modern-day Cape Town. Today, it's a region of striking beauty, dramatic cliffs, pristine beaches, diverse ecosystems. But 73,000 years ago, in the midst of the volcanic winter, it was something more important than beautiful. It was survivable. Archaeologists have excavated caves at Pinnacle Point extensively over the past 2 decades. What they've found is remarkable. Evidence of continuous human occupation during the period of the Toba eruption and its aftermath. Not just sporadic use, but sustained habitation. People living in these caves, generation after generation, through the worst climate crisis in human history. The caves themselves are significant. They're not small overhangs or shallow shelters. They're deep, spacious caverns that extend far back into the cliff face. Multiple chambers, high ceilings, dry interior sections even during storms. Natural chimneys that allow smoke from fires to escape while trapping heat. These caves provided shelter in the fullest sense. Protection from the elements, stable temperatures even when outside conditions fluctuated wildly, defensible spaces where small groups could sleep safely. And crucially, they faced south, toward the ocean, giving inhabitants visual access to the coastline and approaching weather. But the caves alone wouldn't have been enough. Shelter is one thing, food is another. This is where Pinnacle Point's coastal location became critical. The ocean provides, even during catastrophic climate events on land, marine ecosystems can remain relatively stable. The ash from Toba fell on the ocean surface. Yes, it contaminated coastal waters to some extent, but below the surface, in the tidal zones and kelp forests, life continued. And humans who knew how to exploit marine resources had access to a food supply that didn't depend on sunlight or temperature or rainfall. Shellfish. Archaeologists at Pinnacle Point have found massive deposits of shell middens, ancient garbage dumps, where discarded shells accumulated over thousands of years. The shells date to before, during, and after the Toba eruption, meaning that inhabitants of these caves were eating shellfish continuously through the crisis. Mussels, clams, limpets, oysters, abalone, whelks. A diverse array of species that could be gathered at low tide with minimal technology. No sophisticated tools required. Just knowledge of tides, awareness of where different species live, and the patience to crouch on rocks and pry. Shellfish loose with simple implements. The caloric value of shellfish isn't extraordinary. They're not energy dense like megafauna meat or nuts, but they're reliable, predictable. You can go to the same rocks at low tide every day and find food. That reliability, during a time when nothing else was reliable, was survival, and shellfish provided more than calories. They're rich in omega-3 fatty acids, crucial for brain development and function. They provide protein, vitamins, minerals, particularly iodine and zinc, that would have been scarce. From other sources during the volcanic winter, children raised on a shellfish supplemented diet, during the Toba crisis would have had better cognitive development than children dependent solely on increasingly scarce terrestrial foods. That might seem like a small advantage. But over generations, over thousands of years, small advantages in cognitive function compound into significant differences in cultural complexity and adaptability. There's a hypothesis, controversial but intriguing, that the reliance on marine resources during the Toba bottleneck actually contributed to the cognitive leap that happened around this time. That the omega-3 fatty acids from shellfish supported brain development at a critical juncture in human evolution, enabling that symbolic thinking and complex language that emerged in the aftermath. Speculative, yes, but supported by the fact that the regions where humans survived the bottleneck were predominantly coastal, and the archaeological evidence shows intensive use of marine resources precisely during this period. Pinnacle Point wasn't the only refuge. Other coastal areas along southern Africa show similar evidence. Blombos Cave, about 180 miles west of Pinnacle Point, shows continuous occupation through the critical period. Archaeologists there have found tools, ochre processing sites, shell beads used for decoration or trade. Evidence of symbolic thinking, artistic expression, cultural complexity maintained even during the crisis. Clayse's river mouth caves along the southeastern coast. Sibadu Cave, slightly inland but still accessible to coastal resources. Each of these sites shows human occupation during the bottleneck period. Each provided the combination of shelter, fresh water, and access to marine food sources that enabled survival. But it wasn't just about the coast. It was about specific features that made certain locations better than others. Fresh water was non-negotiable. Groups needed reliable sources that wouldn't dry up or become too contaminated with ash. Springs were ideal, water emerging from underground, naturally filtered through rock. Several of the key survival sites are located near springs that still flow today. 74,000 years later, biodiversity mattered. Locations where multiple ecosystems met, where coastal resources, inland plant foods, and game-animal migration routes intersected, provided more options. More options meant more resilience when any single food source failed. Microclimate was crucial. Some regions, due to ocean currents, topography, or other factors, experienced less severe temperature drops than others. The southern coast of Africa, warmed by the Agulhas, currents flowing down from the Indian Ocean, remained relatively moderate even when global temperatures plummeted. Moderate is relative. It was still cold by the standards of people who'd never experienced anything but tropical warmth. But it was survivable in ways that colder regions weren't. The East African Rift Valley provided another refuge. This is a massive geological feature, a crack in the Earth's crust running thousands of miles from Mozambique, north, through Tanzania, Kenya, and Ethiopia. The rift creates dramatic topography, escarpments, volcanoes, deep valleys, high plateaus. And within this varied landscape, microclimates existed that provided shelter during the volcanic winter. High-altitude regions in the rift that were normally too cold for sustained habitation became merely cold during the Toba crisis, no more inhospitable than everywhere else, and possibly more stable than lowland areas experiencing extreme fluctuations. Lakes in the Rift Valley, Turkana, Tanganyika, Victoria, provided fresh water and fish. The complex terrain offered caves and shelters. Genetic evidence supports this. Modern human populations show ancestry traceable to both southern Africa and East Africa during the bottleneck period. Multiple refugia, not just one. Multiple populations surviving independently, each adapting to their specific environment, each maintaining the human thread through the crisis. There's evidence, though more controversial, that a few groups might have survived outside Africa. Small populations in the Middle East, perhaps. The Levant region has caves that show sporadic human occupation around this period, though the archaeological record is less clear about whether occupation was continuous through the crisis or interrupted. Some researchers suggest that populations in India, close enough to Toba to experience the worst of the ashfall, might have survived in protected pockets. Genetic evidence from modern Indian populations shows some unusual markers that could indicate persistence through the bottleneck, though this is hotly debated, but the overwhelming majority of survivors were in Africa, and within Africa concentrated in the south and east, in regions with specific, identifiable advantages that made the difference between extinction and persistence. What's striking when you examine these refuge sites is how marginal survival was even in the best locations. The archaeological evidence from Pinnacle Point shows signs of stress. Tool technology becomes simpler during the crisis period. Fewer complex composite tools, more expedient, simple tools made quickly from available materials. This suggests people were too busy surviving to invest time in sophisticated tool making. The shell middens show increased reliance on smaller shellfish species that would normally be less preferred. People were eating everything available, not just the choicest foods. Desperation eating, survival eating, human remains from this period, where they exist, show signs of nutritional stress, enamel hypoplasia, defects in tooth enamel caused by malnutrition during childhood, shorter stature on average than pre-Toba populations, suggesting chronic food scarcity during growth years, higher rates of bone pathologies indicating vitamin deficiencies. These were people under tremendous pressure, even in the refugia, even in the locations where survival was possible. It wasn't comfortable. It wasn't secure. It was grinding, difficult, day-to-day struggle. But they made it, and we can trace our ancestry directly to them. Genetic studies using mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome analysis have narrowed down the origins of modern human populations to these specific regions during this specific time period. Every person alive today, whether your recent ancestors came from Europe or Asia or the Americas or Australia or anywhere else on Earth, if you trace your lineage back far enough, it goes through one of these refugia 73,000 years ago. Your ancestors and everyone's ancestors survived the Toba catastrophe in caves along the southern African coast, or in shelters in the East African Rift, or possibly in a handful of other small pockets we haven't definitively identified yet. That's a humbling thought, the diversity of modern humans. 8 billion people spread across every continent, speaking thousands of languages, practicing countless cultures, looking different and living different lives. All of it traces back to a few thousand individuals clustered in a few specific locations during the worst decade of the past 100,000 years. These caves, these coastlines, these small refuges became the cradle of all future humanity, the launching point for everything that came after, the agricultural revolution. Cities, writing, art, science, space exploration. All of it depends on the fact that these groups in these places held on, which brings us back to the urgent question, what did they do? What strategies did they employ? What behaviours enabled survival when the odds seemed impossibly stacked against it? Because location alone doesn't guarantee success. There must have been other groups in similar locations who still died out. The survivors did something differently, made different choices, employed different strategies, maintained different social structures or cultural practices. Understanding what separated the survivors from the casualties might be the most important lesson we can extract from this ancient catastrophe. So what did they do differently? The survivors weren't just lucky to be in the right place. They did specific things, made specific choices that separated them from groups in similar locations who didn't make it. These strategies, these behavioural adaptations, are written in the archaeological record as clearly as the genetic bottleneck is written in our DNA. And understanding them reveals something profound about what makes humans resilient. Dietary flexibility was perhaps the most crucial survival trait. Before Toba, many human groups had specialized diets. They focused on what worked well in their environment. Groups in megafauna-rich regions became skilled big game hunters, developing techniques and tools specifically for taking down elephants, buffalo, giant ground sloths. Their entire culture, their social organization, their seasonal movements, everything revolved around following and hunting these massive animals. When the megafauna died, these specialized groups faced catastrophe. Their primary skill, the thing they'd perfected over generations, became useless. And they didn't adapt quickly enough. The survivors were different. They were generalists, opportunists, willing to eat anything edible. Shellfish became a staple, as we've discussed, but not just shellfish. The archaeological evidence from Pinnacle Point and other refuge sites shows an incredible diversity of food sources, fish bones, evidence of line fishing, spear fishing, possibly even the use of tidal pools as natural fish traps, marine fish, freshwater fish from rivers and springs, any fish they could catch, bird bones, seabirds, which could be caught at nesting sites, terrestrial birds, hunted with throwing stones or simple snares, even scavenged eggs when available, small mammal bones, rodents, hares, hyraxes, small animals that would have been beneath notice during times of plenty, but became valuable protein during the crisis. Now, the effort to calorie ratio for hunting small game is poor compared to megafauna, but when megafauna are gone, you take what you can get. Plant remains, though less well preserved, still show up in the record. Charred seeds, carbonized roots and tubers, evidence of systematic gathering and processing of plant foods. Plants that require extensive preparation, pounding, soaking, cooking to remove toxins, but that provide calories when nothing else is available. Insects, almost certainly. Modern hunter-gatherers in marginal environments rely heavily on insects for protein, termites, locusts, beetle larvae, bee larvae. Archaeological evidence for insect consumption is hard to find. Insect remains don't preserve well, but it's almost certain that Toba-era survivors ate them. The point is, they ate everything. No food source was beneath them. No potential meal was rejected because it wasn't preferred. That psychological and cultural flexibility, the willingness to abandon traditional food preferences and consume whatever provided calories, was survival. Fire mastery became more critical than ever. Fire had been part of human technology for hundreds of thousands of years by the time Toba erupted. Homo erectus, our ancestor species, was using fire 1 million years ago or more. By 75,000 years ago, every human group knew how to make and maintain fire, but the volcanic winter tested fire technology like never before. The ash falling from the sky was constantly trying to smother flames. Wood became harder to find as plants died. Tinder, dry grass, bark, leaves became scarce, and the consequences of losing your fire during freezing temperatures were fatal. The survivors developed sophisticated fire maintenance strategies. The archaeological evidence shows this clearly. Multiple hearths within a single cave or shelter. Not just one fire, but 2 or 3 or more. Redundancy. If one fire dies, you have others to relight it from. Starting fire from scratch, using friction methods or striking sparks from stones, is difficult and time-consuming. Maintaining fire is much easier, so you keep multiple fires burning continuously. Protected fire pits. Carefully constructed rings of stones that shield flames from wind and falling ash. Fire pits placed in the deepest, most protected parts of caves where they're least vulnerable to weather. Fuel stockpiling. Evidence of wood collection and storage. Survivors weren't just gathering wood as needed, they were stockpiling it, creating reserves for times when weather made gathering impossible or dangerous. Fire banking. A technique where you bury hot coals under ash at night, preserving them in a smouldering state that requires minimal fuel, but can be revived quickly in the morning. This conserves wood and ensures you never fully lose your fire. And perhaps most importantly, collective responsibility for fire maintenance. In the survivor groups, keeping the fire alive wasn't one person's job. It was everyone's priority. Children were taught from an early age to tend flames. Elders who could no longer hunt or gather took on fire maintenance as their contribution. The fire never went unwatched. This obsessive focus on fire makes sense when you understand how much depended on it. Fire wasn't just warmth, though that was crucial. Fire was cooking, which made tough foods digestible and killed parasites. Fire was light in the darkness. Fire was protection from predators. Fire was social cohesion, the hearth where the group gathered, where stories were told, where knowledge was transmitted. Lose your fire, lose your group. The survivors never forgot that. Tool innovation accelerated under survival pressure. The archaeological record from before Toba shows gradual, steady improvements in tool technology. Better stone knapping techniques. More sophisticated composite tools, but the rate of change was slow. A technique might persist unchanged for thousands of years. During and after Toba, innovation accelerates. New tool types appear. Existing tools are refined. The pace of change increases noticeably. Fishing technology improves. Evidence of gorges, small bone or wood pieces that function like primitive fish hooks. Harpoons or fish spears with barbed points that prevent fish from escaping. Possibly nets, though these don't preserve well in the archaeological record. Stone blade production becomes more efficient, techniques that produce more cutting edge per unit of raw material. This matters when high quality stone is scarce or hard to access. Hafting, attaching stone points to wooden handles, becomes more sophisticated. Better adhesives made from plant resins or animal products. More secure binding using sinew or plant fibers. Tools that stay together under stress, that don't fail at critical moments. And there's evidence of experimentation. Tools made from materials that weren't traditionally used. Bone tools, shell tools, opportunistic use of whatever materials were available. This wasn't innovation for innovation's sake. This was desperate adaptation. When traditional methods don't provide enough food, you try new methods. When familiar materials aren't available, you experiment with substitutes, and occasionally those experiments produce genuine improvements that persist even after the crisis ends. Social cooperation became non-negotiable for survival. In good times, human groups can tolerate some degree of selfishness. If resources are abundant, an individual who doesn't share or contribute fully might survive on their own without being expelled from the group. In crisis times, selfishness kills, not just the selfish individual, but potentially everyone. The survivors developed or maintained cultures of intense cooperation. We can infer this from the fact that they survived at all. Small groups, and the refuge populations were small, bands of 20 to 50 individuals most likely, can't tolerate significant internal conflict when survival margins are thin. Food sharing becomes formalized. A successful hunt, even a small one, is divided among the entire group. Children eat first, nursing mothers eat second, then the hunters, then everyone else. Strict protocols that ensure the most vulnerable and the most valuable, hunters who must maintain strength to continue providing, are fed. Care for the sick and injured increases. Normally, a serious injury might mean abandonment. The group can't afford to slow down for one individual. But during the volcanic winter, staying in one location, the cave, the refuge, is necessary anyway. So groups can afford to care for injured members, and those injured members, once recovered, remember. Social bonds strengthen. The elderly become knowledge repositories. In a culture without writing, elders are libraries. They remember techniques, locations, stories passed down from their own grandparents. During the crisis, this knowledge becomes invaluable. The elder who remembers where a particular plant that can be processed into edible food grows. The elder who recalls a drought from decades ago and the strategies that worked then. The elder who maintains morale by telling stories of past hardships overcome. Survivors protected and valued their elders in ways that groups under less stress might not. Child rearing becomes communal. Everyone watches the children. Everyone teaches them. Everyone protects them, because children are the future. If the children don't survive, doesn't matter how well the adults do, the lineage ends. Knowledge transmission intensifies. In normal times, children learn through observation and gradual participation. They watch adults make tools and eventually try themselves. They follow hunts and slowly take on more responsibility. Learning is informal, extended over years. During the volcanic winter, knowledge transmission becomes urgent and focused. Skills must be passed down rapidly because death rates are high and knowledge can't be lost. Teaching becomes explicit. Adults don't just demonstrate techniques, they explain them. The why, not just the how. Strike the stone at this angle because it fractures more cleanly. Gather shellfish at low tide because they're exposed and easy to collect. Bank the fire this way so it survives the night. Language capability matters more than ever. The ability to convey complex information verbally, to explain abstract concepts, to pass down knowledge without requiring years of observation, this becomes a survival advantage. Groups with better communication, with more developed language, could transmit knowledge more efficiently, could coordinate more effectively, could plan and strategize in ways that less linguistically advanced groups couldn't. There's a theory, speculative but supported by linguistic analysis, that this period of intense knowledge transmission drove the development of more sophisticated grammar and vocabulary, that the pressure to communicate survival information precisely and completely pushed language evolution forward. Clothing and shelter improvements address the cold. Humans at this latitude had minimal clothing before Toba. The climate didn't require it. Simple wraps or loincloths sufficed. When temperatures dropped 20 to 30 degrees, clothing became necessary. And the archaeological evidence, though limited, suggests technological adaptation. Hide processing improves. More efficient methods for scraping, softening, preserving animal skins. Better sewing techniques using bone needles and sinew thread. Evidence of layered clothing, multiple skins worn together for insulation. The caves themselves are modified for better habitability. Stone walls built across cave entrances to block wind while allowing smoke to escape. Organised living spaces with specific areas for sleeping, furthest from entrance, warmest, cooking, near entrance where smoke can vent, and tool-making. Bedding becomes more sophisticated, piles of grass or leaves laid down as insulation from cold cave floors. Furs used as blankets, small fires maintained near sleeping areas through the night. These seem like small improvements, incremental changes, but cumulatively they made the difference between surviving the cold and dying of exposure. Strategic seasonal movement became more nuanced. Hunter-gatherers typically move with the seasons, following game migrations or plant availability. But during the volcanic winter, traditional movement patterns stopped working. The animals weren't migrating as expected. The plants weren't growing where or when they normally would. The survivors developed new movement strategies, not abandoning seasonal movement entirely, but adapting it. Coastal groups moved up and down the shoreline, following the tides and seasonal patterns of marine life that continued even when terrestrial patterns failed. Low tide moves around the coast with the moon phases. Different shellfish species are accessible at different times of year. By moving along the coast, groups could exploit these variations. Groups near the East African Rift moved between altitude zones. When lowland areas became too cold or dry, moved to higher elevations. Where conditions might be different, when highlands became uninhabitable, moved back down. This required knowledge, mental maps of the landscape accumulated over generations that told you where to go when conditions changed. Groups without this knowledge, groups that stayed in one location and hoped conditions would improve, often didn't make it but movement was risky. It required energy. It meant leaving known resources for uncertain ones. So the survivors balanced mobility with stability. They moved when necessary, stayed put when possible. Calculated risk-taking based on careful observation of conditions. All of these strategies, dietary flexibility, fire mastery, tool innovation, social cooperation, knowledge transmission, shelter improvement, strategic movement, these weren't separate adaptations. They worked together, reinforced each other. A group that shared food generously could maintain social cohesion. A cohesive group could maintain cooperative fire tending. Reliable fire enabled better food processing, which expanded dietary options. Expanded diet supported tool experimentation, which improved hunting and gathering efficiency. Better efficiency meant more time for teaching children. Well-taught children became adaptable adults who continued the strategies. It was a survival system, integrated, holistic, and groups that implemented all these strategies together had significantly better odds than groups that only did some of them. For 6 years, maybe longer, the exact duration of the volcanic winter is debated. The survivors endured. They watched the ash fall. They felt the cold. They counted their dwindling numbers and wondered if they would be the generation where the line ended. But they didn't give up. They adapted. They cooperated. They innovated. They survived. And then, gradually, the sky began to clear. The temperature started rising. The plants returned. The animals reappeared. Different species, but filling familiar roles. The crisis was ending, but humanity wasn't the same species that went into the darkness. The survivors had changed, not just demographically, reduced in numbers from hundreds of thousands to a few thousand, but behaviourally, culturally, possibly even cognitively. The strategies they developed during the crisis became ingrained, passed down as essential knowledge, incorporated into culture as fundamental values. And when conditions improved, when the world became livable again, those survivors carried those adaptations forward. They were about to do something no human species had ever done. Something that would have been impossible before the crisis forced them to become something more. They were about to conquer the entire planet. Something changed in the human mind around 70,000 years ago. Not anatomically, our brains had been the same size and structure for over 100,000 years, but behaviourally, culturally, the way we thought, the way we expressed ourselves, the complexity of what we could imagine and create. Archaeologists call it the cognitive revolution, the moment when humans became behaviourally modern, when we started acting like the creative, symbolic, and technologically innovative species we recognise as fully human. And the timing is impossible to ignore. It happens right after Toba, right after the bottleneck, right after the near-extinction event that reduced humanity to a few thousand desperate survivors clinging to life in caves and coastal refuges. Coincidence? Maybe. But the evidence suggests something more intriguing, that the catastrophe itself, the crucible of the volcanic winter, might have catalysed the cognitive leap that made us who we are. Look at the archaeological record before 75,000 years ago. Human artefacts exist. Stone tools primarily, hand axes, scrapers, points, well-made, functional, evidence of skill and knowledge, but they're relatively simple. The same basic designs persist for tens of thousands of years with minimal change. A stone tool from 200,000 years ago looks remarkably similar to one from 100,000 years ago. Gradual refinement, yes. But no dramatic innovation. There's almost no art, no jewellery, no clear evidence of symbolic thinking, the ability to create objects that represent ideas, rather than serve it purely functional purposes. Burial practices, where they exist, are simple. Bodies placed in the ground with little ceremony and few grave goods. Social organisation appears to be small bands, probably family groups, with limited evidence of interaction between groups. No clear signs of long-distance trade, no widespread sharing of innovations. This is Homo sapiens before the bottleneck. Anatomically modern, but culturally simpler, more primitive than what comes after. Now look at the archaeological record after 70,000 years ago, especially after 60,000 years ago when post-Toba populations started recovering and expanding. The difference is striking, dramatic, like someone flipped a switch. Art appears, not crude scratches, sophisticated artistic expression. Ochre processing becomes widespread and intensive. Ochre, a red mineral pigment, is ground, mixed with fat or other binders, and used to paint or mark objects, possibly bodies, possibly cave walls. The effort required to process ochre is significant. You're spending time and energy on something that doesn't provide calories. Or shelter, that's symbolic thinking. That's creating meaning beyond survival. Beads appear in the archaeological record. Shell beads, carefully drilled, often found far from coastlines, suggesting they were traded or carried over long distances. These beads serve no functional purpose. They're decoration, art, status symbols perhaps, evidence of self-awareness, of caring how you appear to others, of social complexity. Carved objects emerge. Pieces of bone or ivory with geometric patterns etched into them. Abstract designs that required planning, visualization, sustained effort. Someone sat down and decided to create something beautiful or meaningful, then invested hours bringing that mental image into physical reality. That's imagination. That's uniquely human. Jewellery becomes more complex. Necklaces with patterned arrangements of different coloured beads, suggesting not just I want to decorate myself, but I want to create a specific aesthetic effect. That's art criticism. That's design sense. Tool technology accelerates. New types appear more frequently. Composite tools, multiple components hafted together, become more sophisticated. Microliths emerge. Tiny stone blades used as components in larger tools, allowing more efficient use of raw materials and easier repair. Specialized tools for specific tasks proliferate. Fishing equipment, sewing needles, specialized blades for woodworking or hide processing. Burial practices change. Graves become more elaborate. Bodies buried with grave goods, tools, jewellery, ochre, sometimes arranged in specific positions. Sometimes multiple individuals buried together in ways that suggest ritual or social meaning. This implies belief in an afterlife, or at least a sense that the dead deserve respect and ceremony. That's abstract thought. That's spirituality. And perhaps most significantly, evidence of long-distance trade and cultural exchange appears. Shell types found hundreds of miles inland, stone from specific quarries discovered in sites far from the source, technological innovations spreading rapidly between groups that must have been in contact. This suggests social networks, alliances between groups, communication sophisticated enough to share knowledge, negotiate exchange, maintain relationships across distances. That requires language, complex, nuanced language capable of conveying abstract ideas, building trust, establishing norms. The contrast is so stark that for decades archaeologists struggled to explain it. If humans were anatomically modern 200,000 years ago, why did it take 130,000 years for us to start acting modern? What was the delay? One theory suggested that some genetic mutation occurred around 70,000 years ago, a change in brain structure or chemistry that suddenly unlocked our full cognitive potential. But there's no strong genetic evidence for such a mutation. Our brains don't show significant genetic changes during this period. Another theory proposed that complex language evolved around this time, enabling the cultural explosion. Language allows knowledge transmission, abstract thinking, social coordination that's impossible without it. But language capabilities are hard to date from archaeological evidence, and most linguists believe basic language existed much earlier. Then researchers started looking more carefully at the timing, and they noticed the cognitive revolution happens right after the Toba bottleneck, right after the near-extinction event, right after the period when only the most adaptable, most cooperative, most cognitively flexible humans survived. What if the bottleneck itself drove the change? Here's the theory. It's controversial, debated, not universally accepted, but it's compelling. During the Volcanic Winter, survival required every cognitive and social advantage humans possessed. Groups that could think creatively, adapt quickly, cooperate intensely, communicate effectively, they survived. Groups that couldn't, didn't. That's selection pressure. Intense, sustained selection pressure on cognitive and behavioral traits. Genetic analysis supports this. Certain genes show signs of rapid change during the bottleneck period. Genes related to brain development. Genes involved in language processing. Genes affecting social behavior and cooperation. FOXP2, a gene crucial for language ability, shows signatures of selection around this time. ASPM, associated with brain growth and development, similarly shows evidence of rapid change. HAR1, a sequence involved in cortical development, displays patterns consistent with selection during the bottleneck. This doesn't mean these genes suddenly mutated to create new capabilities. It means the variations of these genes that already existed became more or less common depending on whether they helped or hindered survival. If a slight variation in FOXP2 gave you marginally better language ability, and that language ability helped your group communicate survival strategies more effectively, you were more likely to survive. Your genes were more likely to be passed on. Over generations, and the volcanic winter lasted enough generations for this to matter, beneficial variants become more common. The same with cooperation genes. Humans who are naturally more inclined to share food, to work together, to put group survival above individual advantage. They were more likely to be in groups that survived. Selfish individuals or individuals in selfish groups were more likely to be in groups that died out. This is survival of the most cooperative, not the strongest, not the most aggressive, the most cooperative. Because in a crisis where resources are scarce and survival margins are thin, cooperation is survival. And cooperation requires cognitive sophistication. You need to track social relationships. Remember who helped you in the past. Trust that others will reciprocate cooperation, communicate needs, and coordinate actions. All of this requires complex thought. The bottleneck acted as a filter. Most humans didn't make it through. The ones who did weren't random survivors. They were selected by the environment, by the crisis, by the brutal requirements of surviving the impossible for specific traits. And those traits, once concentrated in the small surviving population, became the baseline for all future humanity. This is how bottlenecks can drive rapid evolutionary change. By eliminating variation and concentrating whatever traits enable survival, bottlenecks can shift a population's characteristics dramatically in just a few generations. The behavioural changes that appear after Toba aren't new inventions. They're capabilities that humans already possessed, but that become universal and culturally dominant because only the humans who fully utilize those capabilities survived. Art, for example. The cognitive ability to create art, to imagine something and render it physically, to recognize beauty, to communicate through visual symbols, this probably existed before Toba, but it might have been variable. Some people more inclined to it than others, some groups encouraging it, others not. After Toba, art becomes widespread. Why? Because during the crisis, the cognitive flexibility that underlies artistic ability, the same mental capabilities that let you imagine a piece of art, also let you imagine new hunting strategies, new tool designs, new solutions to unprecedented problems, was survival critical. The people with those capabilities survived. The people without them didn't. Social complexity similarly. Larger social networks trade between groups. Complex cooperation beyond immediate family. These might have existed sporadically before Toba. After Toba, they become essential and universal. Because isolated groups died. Groups that couldn't cooperate with neighbours died. Groups that couldn't trade died. The only groups that made it through the bottleneck were the ones capable of sophisticated social organisation. And when those groups started expanding after conditions improved, they carried those capabilities with them. They taught their children, they shared with other survivors. Social complexity became the norm because it was all that survived. Language likely underwent a similar process. Not that language was invented during Toba. It almost certainly existed before. But language sophistication, the ability to convey complex abstract ideas, to maintain precise shared meanings, to coordinate intricate plans that might have varied. During the bottleneck, groups with more sophisticated language could coordinate better, could share survival knowledge more effectively, could maintain social bonds over longer periods with less face-to-face contact. Groups with less sophisticated language couldn't, and they died out. So the surviving population wasn't just small, it was linguistically sophisticated, and their descendants inherited that sophistication. There's also a cultural dimension to consider, separate from genetics. The crisis forced innovation, forced experimentation, forced the abandonment of tradition when tradition didn't work. This created a culture of innovation, a mindset of try new things, adapt, don't stick with what doesn't work. That mindset, that cultural value, gets transmitted to children. Children growing up in the refugia saw their parents constantly adapting, constantly innovating, constantly trying new approaches. That becomes normal, expected, valued. So post-Toba, humans don't just have the genetic capacity for innovation. They have a culture that encourages it, rewards it, teaches it explicitly. And when conditions improve, when the world becomes livable again and populations start growing, this innovative, adaptive culture explodes outward. New tools every few generations instead of every few tens of thousands of years, because innovation is now culturally normal, not rare. Art and symbolic expression spreading rapidly. Because the cognitive capabilities are there and the culture values expression. Social networks expanding across hundreds or thousands of miles, because cooperation beyond the immediate group is now standard practice. This is the cognitive revolution. Not a mutation, not a sudden change in brain structure, a combination of genetic selection during the bottleneck and cultural evolution during the crisis that fundamentally transformed how humans thought and behaved. The humans who went into the volcanic winter had the potential to be modern. The hardware was there, but the software, the cultural programming, the behavioral patterns, the concentrated genetic variants wasn't fully developed. The humans who came out of the volcanic winter were different. The potential had been actualized. The capabilities sharpened and universalized by the most brutal selection pressure our species ever faced. They were ready to do something extraordinary, something that would set them apart not just from their ancestors, but from every other human species that had ever existed. They were ready to leave Africa, to spread across the entire planet, to adapt to every environment from tropical rainforest to Arctic tundra, to become the dominant species on Earth. And they were ready to do it not because they were physically stronger or faster than Neanderthals or Denisovans or other human species, but because they were cognitively flexible, culturally adaptive, intensely cooperative, because they were the survivors. And surviving the unsurvivable had made them something more. Picture yourself standing on the coast of what we now call the Horn of Africa. It's roughly 70,000 years ago. The memory of Toba's eruption lives in the stories your grandparents told, distant, terrible, but survived. Your people made it through the darkness, through the cold, through the starvation, and in the process, something changed. You carry with you everything those survivors learned. The cooperation that kept families alive when food disappeared. The flexibility that found new solutions when old strategies failed. The social bonds that shared knowledge across generations. The cognitive tools that read landscapes, tracked migrations, predicted seasons. You're standing at the edge of a continent, looking across a narrow strait of water, and something in your lineage says, we can cross this. The Great Expansion is one of the most remarkable chapters in human history, not because it were fast, necessarily, but because it was inevitable. Once humans possessed the cognitive and cultural toolkit forged in the crucible of Toba, once populations began to recover, once the climate began to stabilize, the movement outward became not just possible but unstoppable. But here's what's fascinating. The expansion didn't happen immediately after Toba. There was a gap. A pause, thousands of years during which human populations rebuilt in Africa, refined their strategies, waited for the right conditions. The first major wave of migration out of Africa began around 60,000 to 70,000 years ago, roughly 5,000 to 15,000 years after the Toba eruption. That timing matters. It suggests that the expansion wasn't desperate flight from a dying continent. It was methodical, strategic movement by populations that had recovered, adapted, and were ready. Ready not just physically, but cognitively, culturally, socially. Let's talk about the roots first, because this was one of the greatest mysteries in human prehistory for decades. If modern humans left Africa 60,000 to 70,000 years ago, where did they go? What paths did they follow? How did small bands of hunter-gatherers, carrying everything they owned, manage to spread across an entire planet in just a few thousand years? The traditional model for a long time assumed a northern route up through the Nile, across the Sinai Peninsula, into the Levant, and then eastward through the Middle East, and evidence suggests that route was used, particularly in later waves. But the genetic data told a different story, a story of earlier, more southern movements that the archaeological record initially missed. Enter the southern route hypothesis. Imagine the climate conditions around 70,000 years ago. The world was entering a period of relative warming. After the Toba-induced cooling, sea levels, which had dropped during the cold period, were still lower than today, meaning coastlines extended farther out, creating new land bridges and coastal corridors. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait, the narrow gap between the Horn of Africa and the Arabian Peninsula, was narrower than it is now, maybe only 10 to 15 kilometres across at its narrowest point, crossable with the right technology. And by 70,000 years ago, humans had the right technology. Simple watercraft, rafts, the ability to plan a crossing, to carry resources, to coordinate a group movement. So the first migrants didn't march north through the deserts of Egypt and the Sinai. They crossed south, island hopping across the Red Sea into southern Arabia, and then they followed the coast. This is the coastal migration theory, and it's elegant in its logic. Why struggle inland through harsh, unfamiliar deserts when the coast offers consistent resources? Coastlines provide shellfish, fish, seabirds, eggs, predictable water sources. They offer easy navigation, just follow the shoreline. They present fewer large predators than interior savannas and forests. For small groups of humans moving into unknown territory, the coast was a highway that led written east. Along the southern coast of Arabia, which during lower sea levels was more vegetated and less desert-like than today. Along the coast of the Indian subcontinent, down through Southeast Asia, all the way to the vast archipelago that connected mainland Asia to Australia, a landmass called Sahul. The genetic evidence for this coastal route is compelling when researchers trace mitochondrial DNA lineages passed from mother to child and Y chromosome lineages passed from father to son. They find that populations in southern India, Southeast Asia, Melanesia, and Aboriginal Australia all share genetic markers that diverged from African populations around 60,000 to 75,000 years ago, right in that post-Toba window. And here's the kicker. Aboriginal Australians reached the Australian continent by at least 50,000 years ago. Some evidence suggests even earlier. Perhaps 65,000 years ago. That means humans went from the Horn of Africa to the edge of the Australian continent in as little as 5,000 to 10,000 years. That's astonishingly fast, unprecedented in hominin history. Earlier human species like Homo erectus took hundreds of thousands of years to spread across Eurasia. Neanderthals never made it past the Middle East and Europe. But Homo sapiens, fresh from the Toba bottleneck, crossed half the planet in a geological eye blink. Why so fast? Part of the answer is environmental. The southern coastal route during that period of climatic amelioration was unusually favourable. Warmer temperatures, higher rainfall in regions that are now arid, lower sea levels exposing productive coastlines. The window was open, but part of the answer, maybe the more important part, is cultural, cognitive, social. These weren't just humans wandering aimlessly along a coast. They were employing the exact strategies that had kept their ancestors alive during Toba's darkest days. Cooperation, flexibility, resource specialization, long-term planning, social networks that shared knowledge about distant lands, new resources, safe routes. When you think about it, coastal migration requires remarkable cognitive abilities. You're moving into entirely unfamiliar territory. You don't know what plants are edible, what animals are dangerous, where fresh water can be found. You're following a coastline that stretches for thousands of kilometres, encountering entirely new ecosystems, tropical rainforests, monsoon coasts, coral reefs, mangrove swamps. How do you navigate that without writing, without maps, without any of the tools we think of as essential for exploration? You use the cognitive flexibility refined during the bottleneck. You observe, experiment, share information. You teach your children not just what to eat, but how to figure out what's safe. You maintain social networks across bands so that when one group discovers a new resource or a better route, that information spreads. You carry the adaptability that kept a few thousand people alive when the world was dying. And that adaptability, it turns out, is perfect for exploration. Let's follow one hypothetical band, call them the Coastal Pioneers. They crossed the Bab el Mandeb around 65,000 years ago. They're a small group, maybe 50 to 150 individuals, an extended family network with strong social bonds, established leadership, shared knowledge. They settle initially along the southern Arabian coast. The environment is favourable, wetter than today, with seasonal rivers and productive coastlines. They establish a base, live there for a generation or two, population grows, resources become more competitive. Some families split off, move farther east. The process repeats: follow the coast, find resources, settle, grow, split, move. It's not a deliberate continent-crossing migration. It's a slow demographic wave, each generation expanding the range just a little bit farther, but it adds up. Move 10 kilometres per generation, and in just 500 generations, maybe 10,000 to 12,000 years, you've covered 5,000 kilometres. That gets you from Arabia to Southeast Asia. The genetic data supports this model. Populations along the southern coastal route show what geneticists call a founder effect pattern. Each successive population carries a subset of the genetic diversity of the previous one, like a series of cascading bottlenecks. The farther from Africa you go, the less genetic diversity you find in indigenous populations. This makes sense. Each migrating band represents a small sample of the parent population, They carry only a fraction of the total genetic variation. As they move farther and establish new populations, that variation narrows further. By the time humans reached Australia, they carried far less genetic diversity than their African ancestors, but they'd gained something else. They'd gained 10,000 years of accumulated knowledge about coastal resources, watercraft construction, navigation, adaptation to new climates. They'd gained the cultural sophistication to cross 90 kilometres of open ocean, the minimum distance to reach Australia even during the lowest sea levels. That crossing from Sunda, the exposed landmass of Southeast Asia, to Sahul, the combined Australia-New Guinea landmass, is one of the feat most remarkable achievements in human prehistory. It required watercraft capable of carrying families with supplies. It required navigation skills to maintain direction across open water. It required planning. You couldn't see your destination from the shore. It required, in short, fully modern human cognition, and they did it 50,000 to 65,000 years ago. Think about what that means. A species that nearly went extinct 75,000 years ago, reduced to a few thousand survivors scattered across Africa, successfully navigated across open ocean to colonize an entirely new continent in less than 20,000 years. The archaeological evidence from Australia supports the genetic timeline. The oldest, reliably dated human sites in Australia, places like Majid Bibi in northern Australia, date to around 50,000 to 65,000 years ago. The artifacts found there show sophisticated technology, grinding stones, edge-ground axes, ochre processing, complex tool assemblages. These weren't primitive humans barely scraping by. These were fully modern people with rich cultural traditions, established technologies, successful adaptations to entirely new environments. Meanwhile, back along the route, other populations were branching off, filling different niches. Some groups moved inland from the coast, following river valleys into the interior of India, Southeast Asia, eventually China. Others continued hugging coastlines. Some adapted to tropical rainforests, others to seasonal monsoon environments, others to temperate woodlands, and everywhere they went they encountered environments that no human had ever exploited, which meant opportunities, megafauna that had never seen human hunters, plant resources no one had ever harvested, coastlines rich with shellfish, estuaries teeming with fish. It was an explorer's paradise, but it also presented challenges. Many of these new environments were wildly different from the African savannas and woodlands where human evolution had occurred. Rainforests with towering canopies and limited ground visibility. Monsoon coasts with seasonal flooding. Island environments with limited resources. Humans adapted to all of it. And they did it with the same cognitive flexibility, the same cultural transmission, the same social cooperation that their ancestors had used to survive Toba. One of the most striking pieces of evidence for the sophistication of these early migrants comes from the distribution of tool technologies. In Africa and the Middle East, different regions developed distinct tool-making traditions, different styles of stone blades, different hafting techniques, different approaches to resource processing. As humans migrated, they carried these traditions with them, but they also modified them in response to new environments. In Southeast Asia, for example, populations developed tools optimized for Working bamboo, a material that's abundant there but essentially absent in Africa. In Australia, early populations created edge-ground axes, a technology that wouldn't appear in Europe for another 40,000 years. Along coastlines, specialised shell-working tools appeared. This isn't mindless copying of ancestral techniques. It's active innovation, cultural evolution in real time. And it suggests something profound. The expansion out of Africa wasn't just physical movement. It was a cognitive expansion, a process of encountering new problems, developing new solutions, transmitting those solutions to the next generation, and building an ever more sophisticated cultural toolkit. The Toba bottleneck, for all its horror, had prepared humanity for this. It had selected for adaptability, for social learning, for cooperation under stress, for the cognitive flexibility to abandon failing strategies and embrace new ones. Now, with populations recovering and climate stabilizing, those traits weren't just survival mechanisms, they were engines of exploration. By 50,000 years ago, humans had reached Australia. By 45,000 years ago, they were deep in the interior of Southeast Asia and southern China. By 40,000 years ago, they'd moved north into Central Asia and were entering Europe from the east. The world was filling with people. Small populations, yes, maybe only a few tens of thousands spread across two continents, but growing, adapting, diversifying. And here's something remarkable to consider. Every one of those far-flung populations, from the Aboriginal Australians to the hunter-gatherers of India to the early inhabitants of China, traced their ancestry back to that same small population of survivors who lived through Toba's eruption. They were all descendants of the bottleneck, which means the genetic diversity we see in modern populations outside Africa, the traits that distinguish different regional groups, arose after the expansion. It arose from 50,000 years of adaptation to local environments, from founder effects in small migrating populations, from genetic drift, from natural selection favouring traits suited to specific climates and ecologies. The San people of southern Africa, who survived in their own refugia during Toba and remained largely in place, retain the highest genetic diversity of any human population. The rest of us, everyone whose ancestors left Africa in that great post-Toba expansion, carry just a subset of that diversity. We're all, in a genetic sense, members of a diaspora, descendants of a small group of survivors who walked out of Africa and spread across the planet. And we did it not because we were the biggest, or the strongest, or the fastest. We did it because we were the most cognitively flexible, the most cooperative, the most culturally sophisticated. We did it because 75,000 years ago, our ancestors nearly died, and in surviving, they became something extraordinary. Picture yourself again on that coast, 70,000 years ago, looking across the strait. Your great-great-grandparents survived the worst catastrophe in human history. Your grandparents rebuilt the population. Your parents taught you everything they knew about survival, cooperation, adaptation. And now you're standing at the edge of the known world, looking towards something unknown. You're carrying fire, tools, knowledge, a network of family bonds that stretches back through generations. You're ready. You step into the water. You cross. And on the other side, the world is waiting. Between 50,000 and 20,000 years ago, something remarkable happened. the small bands of humans who left Africa and spread along the coasts and into the interior of Asia, Australia, and eventually Europe began to change. Not in their fundamental nature, they were still the same species, still capable of interbreeding, still sharing the vast majority of their genetic material. But in subtle ways, populations that settled in different regions began to diverge. They developed adaptations, both biological and cultural, that suited their specific environments. And the speed at which this happened was, by evolutionary standards, astonishing. Picture yourself 40,000 years ago. You're descended from the coastal migrants who left Africa 25,000 years earlier. But your family's path diverged from the coast somewhere in Central Asia. Instead of following the shoreline, your ancestors moved north into the steppes, eventually into regions where winter lasts 8 months and temperatures plunge far below freezing. Your skin tone is lighter than your African ancestors, an adaptation that helps your body produce vitamin D in an environment with less intense sunlight. Your body is stockier, more compact, with shorter limbs relative to your torso, a build that conserves heat better than the tall, lean frames that work well in hot climates. Your nose is narrower, with a longer nasal passage that warms and humidifies frigid air before it reaches your lungs. These aren't conscious changes. You didn't decide to adapt, but over 1,000 generations, natural selection favoured traits that helped people survive in cold climates. Those who could produce enough vitamin D with less sun exposure had healthier bones, better immune systems. Those whose bodies conserved heat more efficiently survived cold winters. Those whose respiratory systems handled dry, cold air without damage lived longer, had more children. The adaptations accumulated. Meanwhile, in tropical Southeast Asia, your distant cousins, descendants of the same African exodus, followed a different path. They retained darker skin pigmentation, which protects against intense UV radiation and reduces the risk of skin cancer and folate degradation. They retained longer limbs and leaner builds, which maximize surface area for heat dissipation. They developed different sweat gland distributions, optimized for hot, humid conditions, same species, same cognitive abilities, same capacity for language, art, tool-making, cooperation, but different bodies shaped by different environments. This is regional divergence, and it's one of the most elegant examples of evolution in action. Let's talk about the biological side first, because it illustrates a crucial principle. Evolution doesn't stop just because a species develops culture and technology. Humans continued to evolve, and in some cases accelerated their evolution even as they spread across the planet. Take skin pigmentation, probably the most visible example of regional adaptation. Skin color in humans is primarily determined by the amount and type of melanin produced in the skin. Melanin is a pigment that absorbs UV radiation, protecting the underlying tissues from damage. In equatorial regions, Africa, South Asia, Melanesia, Northern Australia, dark skin is advantageous. The sun is intense year-round. UV exposure is constant and high. Melanin protects against skin cancer, prevents the breakdown of folate, a B vitamin crucial for fetal development and sperm production, and reduces UV-induced DNA damage. But as humans moved into higher latitudes, regions farther from the equator with less intense sunlight, dark skin became a disadvantage. UV radiation is necessary for the body to synthesize vitamin D, which is essential for calcium absorption, bone health, immune function, and a host of other processes. Too much melanin blocks UV radiation, preventing adequate vitamin D production. The solution? Lighter skin. Populations that settled in Northern Europe, Northern Asia, and eventually the Arctic evolved lighter skin tones, sometimes within just 10,000 to 20,000 years. That's a blink of an eye in evolutionary terms. Genes like SLC24A5 and SLC45A2, which influence melanin production, underwent strong positive selection in European populations. Similar but distinct genetic changes occurred in East Asian populations, showing that lighter skin evolved independently in different regions. This is convergent evolution, different populations arriving at similar solutions to the same environmental challenge, and it's not just skin colour. Body shape followed predictable patterns based on climate, patterns so consistent that biologists formalized them into rules. Bergmann's rule states that within a species, populations in colder climates tend to have larger body sizes and thus smaller surface area to volume ratios, which conserve heat, while populations in warmer climates tend to be smaller, with larger surface area to volume ratios, which dissipate heat. Allen's rule states that endothermic animals, warm-blooded, in colder climates tend to have shorter limbs and appendages relative to body size, while those in warmer climates have longer limbs. Look at modern human populations and you see both rules in action. Indigenous populations in the Arctic, Inuit, Sami, Siberian groups, tend to have compact bodies with shorter limbs. Indigenous populations in tropical Africa, like the Dinka or Maasai, tend to have tall, lean builds with long limbs. It's not a perfect correlation, and there's huge variation within populations, but the trend is there, and it developed in just 40,000 to 50,000 years, maybe 2,000 generations. Then there are the more specialized adaptations, the ones that required not just selection on existing variation, but new genetic changes. Take high altitude adaptation. When humans first moved into the Tibetan plateau, probably around 30,000 years ago, they encountered an environment radically different from anything their ancestors had experienced. At elevations above 4,000 meters, about 13,000 feet, the air contains roughly 40% less oxygen than at sea level. For lowland humans, this causes acute mountain sickness, headaches, nausea, fatigue. Prolonged exposure can lead to chronic mountain sickness, with dangerously high red blood cell counts, the body's attempt to carry more oxygen, increased blood viscosity, and risk of stroke or heart failure. But Tibetan populations don't experience this. They've evolved genetic adaptations that allow them to thrive at high altitude without overproducing red blood cells. The key genes, EPS1, EGLN1, and others regulate the body's response to low oxygen. Instead of ramping up red blood cell production, which helps in the short term but causes problems long term, Tibetans maintain relatively normal red blood cell counts, but increase blood flow and enhance oxygen efficiency at the cellular level. This adaptation is recent. It appears to have arisen within the last 10,000 to 20,000 years. and it's one of the strongest signals of natural selection ever detected in human populations. The beneficial variants of these genes went from rare to nearly universal in Tibetan populations in an extraordinarily short time. That's evolution under intense selective pressure. At high altitude, the wrong genes could mean death during pregnancy, infancy, or childbirth. The right genes meant survival, healthy children, successful reproduction. The genes spread. Other populations that settled high-altitude regions, like Andean populations in South America, evolved different solutions to the same problem. Andean adaptations involve higher red blood cell counts, but also changes in hemoglobin's oxygen binding properties and increased lung capacity. Same challenge, different genetic solution. This tells us something important. Evolution is not deterministic. There's no single best for solution. There are multiple paths to adaptation, and which path a population takes depends on the genetic variation present, the specific environmental pressures, and chance. Then there are dietary adaptations, which are some of the most recent and culturally driven examples of human evolution. For most of human history, the ability to digest lactose, the sugar in milk, was something only infants could do. After weaning, the gene that produces lactase, the enzyme that breaks down lactose, would shut off. Adults who drank milk would experience digestive problems. But in populations that domesticated cattle, sheep, or goats, particularly in Northern Europe, East Africa, and parts of the Middle East, being able to digest milk as an adult was a huge advantage. Milk was a rich source of calories, protein, calcium, and hydration, especially in environments where other resources were scarce or seasonal. So a genetic mutation that kept the lactase gene active into adulthood, lactase persistence, spread rapidly in these populations. In some European populations, more than 90% of adults can now digest lactose. In East African pastoralist groups, the frequency is similarly high, but the specific genetic mutation is different, another example of convergent evolution. This adaptation is less than 10,000 years old. It arose after agriculture, after animal domestication in direct response to cultural practices. It's a clear example of gene-culture coevolution, where cultural innovations like dairying create new selective pressures that drive genetic changes. And it's a reminder that humans didn't stop evolving just because they developed farming, cities, or complex societies. We're still evolving, just in response to different pressures. But here's the thing, as important as these biological adaptations are, they're actually secondary to the cultural adaptations that allowed humans to thrive in diverse environments. Think about it. Tibetans at high altitude didn't survive just because of EPAS 1. They survived because they developed cultural knowledge about which routes were safest, which seasons allowed travel, which resources could be exploited, how to construct shelters that retained heat, how to make clothing from animal hides, how to store food for long winters. Inuit populations in the Arctic didn't survive just because of compact body types. They survived because they invented specialized technology, tailored clothing with multiple layers, seal oil lamps for heat and light, snow houses, igloos that trapped warmth, kayaks for marine hunting, harpoons. With detachable heads, knowledge of sea ice behavior, elaborate oral traditions that pass down survival information. Populations in tropical rainforests didn't thrive just because they retained traits suited to hot climates. They thrived because they learned which plants were edible, how to process toxic foods like cassava to make them safe, how to hunt canopy animals, how to navigate dense forests, how to build elevated shelters that stayed dry during monsoons. Culture, learned, transmitted, accumulated knowledge was the primary adaptation. Biology followed, and this is where humans diverged from every other species on the planet. Other animals adapt to new environments slowly, over thousands of generations, through genetic changes. Polar bears evolved white fur. Camels evolved water-storing humps. Desert foxes evolved large ears for heat dissipation. Humans just figured it out. Within a few generations, they could move into an entirely new environment, develop cultural solutions, and thrive. The genetic adaptations came later, fine-tuning the biological system to match the cultural niche. This is niche construction on a massive scale. Humans weren't just adapting to environments, they were creating new ecological niches through their behaviour and then evolving to fit those niches. And the cognitive flexibility required for this, the ability to observe, experiment, remember, teach, and transmit knowledge across generations, that came from the bottleneck. From the selection pressure that Toba imposed, from the survivors who made it through because they could. Adapt faster than the environment changed. By 20,000 years ago, humans had spread to nearly every habitable environment on Earth. Tropical rainforests, temperate woodlands, arid deserts, frigid steppes, coastal zones, high mountains, river valleys, islands, and in each environment they looked a little different, sounded a little different, had slightly different builds, skin tones, facial features, spoke different languages, used different tools, wore different clothing, told different stories. But they were all still human, all still capable of interbreeding, all still sharing the vast majority of their genome, 99.9% identical across all populations. The differences were superficial, the similarities were profound, and that's the paradox of regional divergence. Yes, populations adapted to local environments. Yes, they evolved distinct biological and cultural traits, but they never diverged enough to become separate species. They remained one human family, just spread out, specialized, adapted to local conditions. Which raises a question, why didn't humans speciate? Why didn't the African populations, the European populations, the Asian populations, the Australian populations diverge into separate species over 50,000 years? Part of the answer is time. 50,000 years isn't long enough for speciation in a long-lived species like humans, but part of the answer is gene flow. Populations never became fully isolated. There was always contact, always some interbreeding at the edges of territories, always some genetic exchange that kept the species connected. And part of the answer is cultural exchange. Humans don't just share genes, they share ideas. Technologies invented in one region could spread to others. Knowledge could be traded across vast distances. Cultural innovations could leapfrog geographic barriers. This is unique. Most species that spread across diverse environments eventually speciate, but humans stayed connected, genetically and culturally, and that connectivity, that underlying unity despite surface diversity, is one of the most remarkable things about our species. Picture yourself again 40,000 years ago, somewhere in Central Asia. Your skin is lighter, your build is stockier, your nose is adapted to cold, dry air. You've never seen the coast. You've never met anyone from Africa or Southeast Asia. Your entire world is the steppes and mountains of your homeland. But if a traveller appeared from the tropics, someone with dark skin, a lean build, an entirely different language and culture, and you somehow overcame the communication barrier, you'd find something startling. They think like you. They tell stories like you. They care for their children like you. They mourn their dead like you. They wonder about the stars, the seasons, the meaning of existence. They're you, just dressed differently. Because beneath the adaptations, beneath the regional divergence, you're both descendants of the same small population of survivors who walked out of Africa. You're both carriers of the same cognitive revolution, the same cultural sophistication, the same capacity for innovation that emerged from the crucible of Toba. You're both human, and that will never change. Picture yourself 50,000 years ago, somewhere in the Middle East, perhaps in the caves overlooking the Mediterranean, in the fertile valleys of the Levant, or along the foothills where Africa meets Eurasia. You're part of a small band of modern humans, Homo sapiens, descendants of the survivors who made it through Toba, who rebuilt populations in Africa, who developed the cognitive and cultural tools that allowed your species to thrive. And one day, moving through unfamiliar territory, you encounter something strange, another group of people, but they're different. They're shorter, more robust, with broader chests and thicker bones. Their faces are different, prominent brow ridges, larger noses, receding chins. Their skin might be lighter than yours, adapted to the northern latitudes. They use tools, sophisticated ones, carefully crafted stone blades, wooden spears with stone points. They wear clothing made from animal hides. They control fire. They're clearly human, but they're not your kind of human. They're Neanderthals. And this encounter, this meeting between two human species that had been separated for more than 400,000 years, is one of the most significant moments in our evolutionary history. Because here's what we now know, thanks to ancient DNA analysis. Those two groups didn't just meet and part ways. They interbred. They had children together, and those children survived, reproduced, passed on their genes. If you're reading this and your ancestors came from anywhere outside of Africa, Europe, Asia, the Americas, Oceania, you carry Neanderthal DNA. Roughly 1.5% to 4% of your genome came from Neanderthals. You are, in a very real sense, part Neanderthal. Let's unpack what that means, because it's one of the most remarkable discoveries in modern genetics, and it completely changed our understandings of human evolution. For most of the 20th century, the relationship between modern humans and Neanderthals was framed as competition. We were the superior species, more intelligent, more adaptable, better at language and cooperation. Neanderthals were the evolutionary dead end, brutish, inflexible, doomed to extinction when they came into contact with us. The narrative was simple. We arrived in Europe around 45,000 years ago. Neanderthals, who had lived there for hundreds of thousands of years, disappeared within about 5,000 to 10,000 years. We outcompeted them. We replaced them. End of story. But the genetic evidence tells a different story. A more nuanced, more human story. In 2010, researchers sequenced the Neanderthal genome using DNA extracted from ancient bones found in European caves. When they compared that genome to modern human DNA, they found something unexpected: overlap. Shared genetic variants that couldn't be explained by common ancestry alone. Modern humans and Neanderthals had diverged from a common ancestor around 500,000 to 600,000 years ago. By 50,000 years ago, they'd been evolving separately in different environments for 500,000 years. Any shared genetic variants should have been ancestral, present in the common ancestor. But these variants weren't ancestral, they were recent. They showed the signature of gene flow, interbreeding that happened within the last 50,000 to 70,000 years. The timing and distribution of this Neanderthal DNA told a clear story. The interbreeding happened when modern humans first left Africa, probably in the Middle East, sometime between 50,000 and 70,000 years ago, right in that post-Toba expansion window. And here's the key detail. Non-African populations all carry roughly similar amounts of Neanderthal DNA, 1.5% to 4%, regardless of how far from Europe they are. Aboriginal Australians have Neanderthal DNA. East Asians have Neanderthal DNA. Native Americans have Neanderthal DNA, but sub-Saharan African populations whose ancestors never left Africa have essentially no Neanderthal DNA. This tells us that the interbreeding happened early in the out-of-Africa migration before modern human populations split up and spread across Asia, Australia, and eventually the Americas. It happened when the migrating population was still small, still concentrated in the Middle East or nearby regions. Maybe it were just a few individuals, maybe it was multiple encounters over thousands of years. We don't know the exact circumstances, but at some point, Neanderthals and modern humans had children together, and those children were fertile, successful, and their genes spread throughout all non-African populations. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. Some of those Neanderthal genes weren't just neutral passengers in our genome. They were beneficial. They were positively selected, meaning they helped modern humans survive in new environments. Take immune system genes, for example. Several Neanderthal gene variants related to immune function are present at high frequencies. In modern populations, these genes help our bodies fight off pathogens, bacteria, viruses, parasites. Why would Neanderthal immune genes be beneficial to modern humans? Because Neanderthals had been living in Europe and Western Asia for hundreds of thousands of years. They'd been exposed to the local pathogens, the diseases specific to those environments, and their immune systems had adapted. They carried genetic variants that helped them fight off local infections. When modern humans arrived from Africa, they were immunologically naive. They hadn't encountered those pathogens before. Their immune systems weren't adapted, but if a modern human had children with a Neanderthal, those children might inherit Neanderthal immune genes. And if those genes helped the children survive infections that killed other modern humans, then those genes would spread. It's a form of adaptive introgression, acquiring beneficial traits from another species through interbreeding. Other Neanderthal genes that have been positively selected in modern populations include variants affecting skin and hair, probably adaptations to northern climates with less intense UV radiation. There are variants affecting fat metabolism, which might have helped with energy storage in cold environments. There are variants affecting circadian rhythms, our internal biological clocks, which might have helped adjust to the different day-length patterns at higher latitudes. In other words, interbreeding with Neanderthals gave modern humans a genetic shortcut to adapting to Eurasian environments. Instead of waiting thousands of generations for beneficial mutations to arise and spread, modern humans just borrowed pre-adapted genes from a species that had already been living there for 300,000 years. It's evolution in fast forward, but not all Neanderthal genes were beneficial. Some regions of the modern human genome are Neanderthal deserts, places where Neanderthal DNA is conspicuously absent, even though it should be present if interbreeding was random. These deserts suggest that some Neanderthal genes were harmful to modern humans, maybe because they caused developmental problems, reduced fertility, or increased disease risk. Those variants were selected against, eliminated from the population over time. The deserts are particularly pronounced on the X chromosome, one of the sex chromosomes, and in genes related to testes function and fertility. This fits with a pattern seen in many species hybrids. Fertility problems are often the first sign of incompatibility between diverging species. The fact that there are Neanderthal deserts suggests that modern humans and Neanderthals were at the very edge of being able to interbreed successfully. A few 100,000 more years of separate evolution, and the genetic barriers might have been too great. The hybrids might have been sterile or non-viable. But at 50,000 to 70,000 years ago, the window was still open, barely, and it wasn't just Neanderthals. In 2010, the same year the Neanderthal genome was published, researchers sequenced DNA from a 40,000-year-old finger bone found in Denisova cave in Siberia. They expected it to be Neanderthal. Neanderthals were known from that region, but the DNA didn't match. It was something else. A previously unknown human species, now called Denisovans. We still don't know what Denisovans look like. We only have a few tiny bone fragments and some teeth. But their genome told a clear story. They were a sister lineage to Neanderthals, having split off around 400,000 years ago. And like Neanderthals, they interbred with modern humans. But the distribution of Denisovan DNA is different. It's not found in all non-African populations. It's concentrated in Oceania, particularly in Melanesian populations, Papua New Guinea, Aboriginal Australians, and some Southeast Asian groups. These populations carry 3% to 6% Denisovan DNA. This tells us that the Denisovan interbreeding happened later, farther east, probably in Southeast Asia or on the migration route to Australia. It was a separate encounter involving different modern human populations than the ones that met Neanderthals in the Middle East. And here's something remarkable. Some of the Denisovan genes that modern populations carry are also adaptations. One Denisovan gene variant, found in Tibetan populations, is one of the high-altitude adaptations we talked about earlier. The EPS1 variant that helps Tibetans thrive at elevations above 4,000 meters. That gene didn't evolve in modern humans. It came from Denisovans, who apparently had already adapted to high-altitude environments. Tibetans inherited it through ancient interbreeding, and it spread rapidly because it was so beneficial. Another example, Melanesian populations living in tropical rainforests carry Denisovan immune genes that help fight tropical diseases. Again and again, the pattern repeats. Modern humans interbreed with archaic human species, inherit genes that are adapted to local environments, and those genes spread because they provide survival advantages. It's not competition. It's not replacement, it's assimilation, genetic incorporation, borrowing innovations that took hundreds of thousands of years to evolve. But here's the haunting part. Despite the interbreeding, despite the genetic exchange, Neanderthals and Denisovans went extinct. Neanderthals disappeared from the fossil record around 40,000 years ago, maybe as late as 37,000 years ago in some refugia. Denisovans probably lasted a bit longer in some regions, but they're also gone. Why? If modern humans could interbreed with them, if the hybrids were viable and sometimes even advantageous, why didn't they survive? The answer is probably multifactorial. It wasn't one cause, but many. Part of it was probably demographics. Modern human populations, after recovering from the Toba bottleneck, were growing rapidly. Neanderthal populations, based on genetic diversity estimates, were always small, maybe only 5,000 to 20,000 individuals at any given time, scattered across Europe and Western Asia. When a large, rapidly expanding population encounters a small, fragmented population, even with interbreeding, the genes from the smaller population get diluted. Over time, the smaller population's distinct identity disappears, not through violence or competition, but through sheer numbers. It's genetic swamping. Part of it might have been climate. The period from 50,000 to 30,000 years ago saw significant climate fluctuations, rapid shifts between cold and warm periods. These fluctuations would have stressed both populations, but modern humans, with their more flexible, culturally driven adaptations, might have been better able to respond. Part of it might have been social structure or mating patterns. If Neanderthal females rarely interbred with modern human males, or if the resulting offspring more often integrated into modern human groups, rather than Neanderthal groups, then Neanderthal populations would lose members over time without gaining them from the other side. And part of it might have been cumulative. Small disadvantages, slightly lower fertility, slightly higher infant mortality, slightly less efficient resource use can accumulate over thousands of years, especially in small populations. Eventually, the population size drops below a critical threshold and extinction becomes inevitable. We'll probably never know the exact sequence of events, but what we do know is this: Neanderthals and Denisovans are gone as distinct species, but they're not entirely extinct. They live on in us. Every time a Tibetan thrives at high altitude, that's a Denisovan gene in action. Every time someone of European descent fights off a viral infection, that might be a Neanderthal immune gene working. Every time someone with East Asian ancestry has a particular hair texture or skin tone, that could be an archaic gene contributing. We are not pure Homo sapiens, we're a mosaic, a hybrid species carrying fragments of other human lineages in our DNA. And that's a profoundly different way of thinking about human evolution. It's not a tree with separate branches that never touch. It's a braided stream with channels that split and merge, exchange water, and flow together again. Picture yourself again, 50,000 years ago, in that encounter with a Neanderthal family. You don't speak the same language, but you communicate through gestures, expressions, shared actions. You're both hunting the same game. You're both struggling through the same harsh winters. You're both caring for children, mourning losses, finding moments of joy in a difficult world. And maybe, just maybe, despite the differences, despite hundreds of thousands of years of separate evolution, you recognize something familiar in each other. Humanity, not identical, not the same, but close enough that when the opportunity arose, you could build a life together, have children together, pass on a legacy together. Those children carried genes from both lineages, and their descendants, thousands of generations later, are us. We're the inheritors of that ancient meeting, the descendants of both the survivors who walked out of Africa and the archaic humans who had lived in Eurasia for ages. We're the proof that different human species could coexist, cooperate, and merge. And perhaps that's the most hopeful lesson from the Neanderthal encounter. That difference doesn't have to mean conflict. That meeting the other doesn't have to end in replacement or extinction. Sometimes it ends in integration, in hybridity, in a new synthesis that carries forward the strengths of both. We are that synthesis, and we wouldn't be here without it. Picture yourself 30,000 years ago, somewhere in what will one day be France. You're standing at the mouth of a cave, looking out at a landscape that would be unrecognizable to modern eyes, where today there are rolling hills and forests. You see endless tundra, flat grasslands stretching to the horizon, dotted with patches of permafrost, and scrub vegetation. Herds of woolly mammoths move slowly across the plains, their breath condensing in the frigid air. Woolly rhinoceros graze nearby. Cave lions watch from rocky outcrops. The temperature is 10 to 15 degrees Celsius, colder than the present day. Glaciers, ice sheets kilometers thick, cover most of Scandinavia, Northern Europe, Canada, and parts of Northern Asia. So much water is locked up in ice that sea levels are 120 meters lower than today. The English Channel doesn't exist. You could walk from France to Britain. The North Sea is dry land. This is the last glacial maximum, the coldest, harshest period of the most recent ice age. And humans, against all odds, not only survived it, they thrived. But here's what makes this period extraordinary. It wasn't just cold. The climate was unstable, chaotic, swinging between extreme cold and relative warmth on timescales short enough that a single human lifetime could experience multiple dramatic shifts. These weren't gradual changes taking thousands of years. These were abrupt climate events, temperature shifts of 8 to 15 degrees Celsius, happening within decades. Sometimes within a single decade. Imagine living through that. Your grandparents tell stories of milder winters, of forests where now there's only tundra. Then, within your own lifetime, the climate shifts again. Temperatures plunge. Game animals migrate away. Plants you rely on disappear. Within a generation, your children are living in an entirely different environment than you grew up in. This happened again and again and again throughout the period from 100,000 to 15,000 years ago. Scientists call these events Dansgaard-Weschger cycles, after the researchers who discovered them in Greenland ice cores. During the last glacial period, there were at least 25 of these cycles, rapid warming events followed by gradual cooling, creating a sawtooth pattern in the climate record. For humans living through this, it meant constant adaptation. Strategies that worked for one generation might fail in the next. Resources that were abundant could disappear within years. Territories that were productive could become uninhabitable. It was the ultimate test of cognitive flexibility, cultural transmission, and social cooperation, all the traits that had been honed during the Toba bottleneck and refined over the subsequent 50,000 years. Let's talk about how humans survived. First, technology. By 30,000 years ago, humans had developed sophisticated toolkits specifically designed for Ice Age environments. Stone blades were hafted onto wooden or bone handles, creating composite tools that were more efficient and easier to repair than earlier designs. Bone needles, some of the earliest, found date to around 40,000 years ago, allowed the creation of tailored clothing with seams, enabling much better insulation than simple hide wrappings. The invention of the eyed needle might seem trivial, but it was revolutionary. Tailored clothing with multiple layers fitted to the body traps warm air and prevents heat loss far more effectively than draped hides. With tailored clothing, humans could survive temperatures that would otherwise be lethal. They also developed specialized hunting technologies. The atlatl, spear thrower, appeared around 30,000 years ago, allowing hunters to throw spears with much greater force and accuracy. This meant they could hunt large, dangerous animals, mammoths, bison, horses, from safer distances. Trapping technologies emerged: pitfall traps, snares, nets made from plant fibers or sinew. These passive hunting methods allowed communities to catch animals without constant active pursuit, freeing up time for other activities and reducing the caloric cost of obtaining food. Storage technologies became crucial. In a climate where resources were abundant in summer but scarce in winter, the ability to preserve food made the difference between survival and starvation. Humans dried meat, stored it in permafrost, smoked fish, cached plant foods in sealed containers. They planned not just days ahead, but months ahead. Second, social organization. Ice Age survival required larger, more complex social networks than ever before. During the harshest periods, human populations contracted into refugia, areas where conditions remained relatively favorable. Southern France, northern Spain, parts of Italy, the southern edges of the Siberian steppes, certain valleys in Central Asia. In these refugia, population density increased. Different bands came into closer contact, and this created both challenges: more competition for resources and opportunities, larger networks for sharing information, finding mates, trading goods. Archaeological sites from this period show evidence of long-distance trade networks. Shells from the Mediterranean coast are found in sites hundreds of kilometers inland. High-quality flint from specific quarries is found across vast areas. Amber from the Baltic appears in sites as far south as the Black Sea. These weren't just trade goods, they were markers of connection, social bonds maintained across distances. relationships that could be called upon in times of need. When climate shifted and local resources failed, you could move to the territory of a group you had ties with. You could trade for resources that were abundant in their area but scarce in yours. You could share knowledge. This plant is edible now. That migration route is safer. These animals have moved to the northern valleys. This kind of social network requires something sophisticated, the ability to maintain relationships with people you don't see regularly, to remember obligations, reciprocities, kinship ties across space and time, to trust in delayed reciprocity. I help you now. You might help me years from now. This is uniquely human cognition at work. Third, cultural innovation. The Ice Age wasn't just a period of survival, it was a period of explosion in human culture. This is when we see the first unambiguous evidence of art, music, religion, and symbolic behaviour flourishing. Cave paintings, the famous images from Lascaux, Chauvet, Altamira, horses, aurochs, bison, mammoths, handprints, abstract symbols date from this period. Some are as old as 40,000 years. These weren't casual doodles. They were created deep inside caves, often in difficult to reach chambers, using sophisticated techniques, mixing pigments, using the natural contours of the rock to create three-dimensional effects, depicting movement and perspective. Why create art in the depths of caves where few would see it? We don't know for certain, but it suggests ritual significance. These were sacred spaces, places where communities came together for ceremonies, initiations, storytelling. Portable art also flourished. Carved figurines, the famous Venus, figurines depicting female forms, carved animals, abstract designs on bone and antler. Musical instruments, flutes made from bird bones and mammoth ivory, some dating to 40,000 years ago. These artifacts tell us that humans weren't just surviving the Ice Age, they were creating meaning, building culture, expressing ideas about the world and their place in it. And here's why that matters for survival. Culture is adaptive. Stories pass down knowledge about how to survive harsh winters, where to find water in droughts, which plants are safe, how to track animals. Rituals reinforce social bonds, create group identity, maintain cooperation during stress. Art and music activate the emotional and social parts of the brain that keep communities cohesive. In harsh environments, culture isn't a luxury. It's a survival strategy. Fourth, the megafauna question. As humans spread across Ice Age landscapes, they encountered extraordinary animals, mammoths, mastodons, giant ground sloths, woolly rhinos, cave bears, saber-toothed cats, giant beavers the size of modern bears, armadillo-like glyptodonts weighing 2,000 kilograms. And then, over the course of the late Pleistocene, roughly 50,000 to 10,000 years ago, most of these species went extinct. The timing is striking. In Australia, megafauna extinctions happened shortly after humans arrived, around 45,000 to 50,000 years ago. In North America, extinctions peaked around 13,000 to 11,000 years ago, just after humans crossed from Asia into the Americas. In Eurasia, the pattern is more complex, but many large species disappeared between 40,000 and 10,000 years ago, exactly the period when human populations were expanding and developing more sophisticated hunting technologies. Coincidence or causation? The debate is ongoing, but the evidence increasingly suggests humans played a role, not the only factor, but significant one. Here's the logic. Large animals reproduce slowly. Mammoths had long gestation periods and raised young for years, much like modern elephants. If humans hunted just a few more mammoths per year than were born, the population would decline. Over centuries, it would collapse. And humans didn't need to hunt them for food alone. Mammoth ivory was a valuable resource used for tools, art, construction. Mammoth bones were used to build shelters in treeless tundra. A single mammoth provided an enormous payoff in resources. The overkill hypothesis suggests that humans arriving in new continents with no fear of humans were easy targets. Human hunting combined with climate change that reduced habitats pushed them over the edge. Not everyone agrees. Some scientists point to climate as the primary driver. The warming at the end of the Ice Age disrupted habitats, fragmented populations, reduced food sources. Humans might have delivered the final blow to already stressed populations, but weren't the main cause. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Climate change and human hunting work together. The megafauna might have survived climate change alone, or human hunting alone, but not both simultaneously. What's clear is that by the end of the Ice Age, the world's ecosystems looked radically different. The megafauna that had dominated landscapes for millions of years were gone, and humans had become the planet's dominant large predator. Fifth, refugia and expansion. The coldest part of the last glacial maximum, around 26,000 to 19,000 years ago, was too harsh for humans to live in much of northern Europe, northern Asia, and high-altitude regions. Populations retreated to refugia where conditions were milder. In these refugia, population density increased, genetic diversity decreased, another bottleneck, though less severe than Toba. Distinct regional cultures developed, isolated from each other for thousands of years. But when the climate began to warm around 15,000 to 14,000 years ago, humans expanded again. They recolonized northern Europe, following the retreating ice sheets. They moved into higher altitudes as glaciers melted. They crossed from Siberia into Alaska, walking across the Bering Land Bridge, a stretch of tundra exposed by low sea levels, and into the Americas. This expansion happened rapidly. By 13,000 years ago, humans had reached the southern tip of South America, a migration spanning 2 continents in just a few thousand years, and everywhere they went, they brought the cultural and cognitive toolkit, refined over 60,000 years of surviving climate chaos. Sophisticated tools, complex social networks, symbolic culture, long-term planning, flexibility in the face of change. By 12,000 years ago, humans inhabited every continent except Antarctica. They'd survived the coldest, most unstable period of the last 100,000 years. They'd watched glaciers advance and retreat. They'd seen sea levels drop and rise. They'd adapted to tundra, forests, deserts, coastlines, mountains, grasslands, and they were about to do something that would change everything. Picture yourself again at that cave mouth 30,000 years ago. You're wearing carefully tailored clothing made from reindeer hides, sewn with bone needles and sinew thread. Your tools, stone blades hafted to wooden handles, bone awls, antler hammers, are laid out beside you. Inside the cave, your family is gathered round a hearth. The fire fed with mammoth bones because wood is scarce. On the walls, painted in ochre and charcoal, are images of the animals your people hunt, passed down from ancestors, added to by each generation. You're telling stories about the winter 2 years ago when the temperature plunged and half the community nearly starved. About the valley 3 days walk north where mammoth herds gather in spring. About the time your grandmother met people from the southern coast who brought shells and strange stories about a place where the sea never freezes. You're passing down knowledge, teaching your children how to read animal tracks in snow, how to find water under ice, how to survive a whiteout storm. You're maintaining relationships with other bands through gift exchanges and shared ceremonies. You're planning next season's hunts, next year's migrations, preparing food caches for the coming winter. You're not just surviving, you're building a culture rich enough to find meaning in a harsh world. You're part of a lineage stretching back through the expansion out of Africa, through the Neanderthal encounters, through the Toba bottleneck, through hundreds of thousands of years of human evolution, and every challenge, every climate shift, every resource scarcity, every environmental stress has refined your species' ability to adapt. The Ice Age isn't your enemy, it's your teacher, and the lessons learned here in the cold and chaos will shape everything that comes next. Picture yourself 12,000 years ago, somewhere in the Fertile Crescent, the arc of land stretching from the Persian Gulf through modern-day Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Israel, and into Egypt. The Ice Age is ending. The glaciers that covered much of the northern hemisphere are retreating. Temperatures are warming. Rainfall patterns are shifting, and the landscape around you, which for your ancestors had been cold, dry steppe, is transforming into something remarkable. Grasslands are spreading. Wild cereals, wheat, barley, rye, are growing in dense stands across hillsides and valleys. Wild legumes, lentils, chickpeas, peas carpet the ground. Herds of wild goats, sheep, cattle, and pigs graze in abundance. The environment is rich, productive, stable. For the first time in 100,000 years, the climate isn't swinging wildly between extremes. It's predictable. Warm summers, mild winters, reliable seasonal rains. Year after year, the same pattern. And humans carrying all the cognitive and cultural tools refined over tens of thousands of years of climate chaos are about to do something revolutionary. They're going to stop moving. They're going to plant seeds, tend crops, build permanent houses, and stay in one place. They're going to invent agriculture. This is one of the most consequential transitions in human history, arguably the most consequential. Agriculture changed everything. It enabled population growth on scales never before possible. It created surplus food, which allowed specialization of labor, some people farming, others making tools, building, governing, defending. It led to permanent settlements, then villages, then cities, then civilizations. Every complex society that has ever existed, from ancient Sumer to modern nation-states, is built on the foundation of agriculture. But here's the paradox. For most of human history, agriculture would have been impossible. Not because humans lacked the intelligence or skill, but because the climate was too unstable. Think about what farming requires. You plant seeds in spring, tend them through summer, harvest in fall. That works only if you can predict the seasons, if temperatures can swing 10 degrees in a decade, if rainfall patterns shift unpredictably, If droughts or floods can strike without warning, farming is a terrible strategy. You invest enormous labour in planting and tending, and then the climate shifts and your crops fail. Starvation follows. Mobile hunter-gatherers, by contrast, can respond to climate variability. If resources fail in one area, you move. If a particular plant or animal becomes scarce, you switch to alternatives. Mobility is flexibility. For 200,000 years, that flexibility was essential. The climate was too chaotic for farming to work, but around 12,000 years ago, something changed. The planet entered the Holocene, the current geological epoch, and the climate stabilized. Temperatures warmed and then stayed warm. Seasonal patterns became predictable. Rainfall became reliable. Suddenly, the barriers to agriculture disappeared, but there was a hiccup, a dramatic one. Around 12,900 years ago, just as the Ice Age was ending and the climate was warming, temperatures suddenly plunged again. This event, called the Younger Dryas, named after a cold-adapted flower that reappeared in the fossil record during this period, lasted about 1,200 years. The cause is still debated, possibly a massive influx of glacial meltwater into the North Atlantic disrupted ocean currents, shutting down the heat transport that keeps northern regions warm. The result was a return to near glacial conditions across much of the northern hemisphere. And here's where it gets interesting, as some researchers think the Younger Dryas cold snap triggered the development of agriculture. Here's the theory. Before the Younger Dryas, human populations in the Fertile Crescent were thriving. The climate was warming, wild cereals were abundant, game was plentiful. People were living in semi-sedentary communities, not quite permanent villages, but base camps they returned to. Seasonally, they were harvesting wild grains intensively, using sickles to cut the seed heads, grinding them with stone tools. Then the Younger Dryas hit. Temperatures dropped, rainfall decreased, wild cereals became scarce, game populations declined. The easy abundance was gone. Populations had grown during the good times. Now there were more mouths to feed and fewer resources. Moving back to a fully mobile hunter-gatherer lifestyle wasn't easy. Populations were too large, and people had become accustomed to sedentary living, so they adapted. They started deliberately planting cereals in favourable locations. They began selecting seeds from the most productive plants. They experimented with watering, weeding, protecting crops from animals. They invented agriculture not as a choice born from abundance, but as a necessity born from scarcity. By the time the Younger Dryas ended around 11,700 years ago and the climate warmed again, the transition was already underway. Agriculture wasn't a sudden invention. It was a gradual process spanning thousands of years, driven by environmental stress, population pressure, and human ingenuity. And once it started, it spread. Here's one of the most remarkable facts about agriculture. It was invented independently in at least 7 different regions of the world, each with its own suite of domesticated plants and animals. The Fertile Crescent: wheat, barley, lentils, peas, goats, sheep, cattle, pigs, around 10,000 to 11,000 years ago. China: rice in the south, millet in the north, pigs, chickens, around 9,000 to 10,000 years ago. Mesoamerica, Mexico and Central America: maize, beans, squash, turkeys, around 8,000 to 10,000 years ago. The Andes and Amazonia: potatoes, quinoa, cassava, llamas, alpacas, around 8,000 to 10,000 years ago. Eastern North America, squash, sunflowers, goosefoot. Around 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, sub-Saharan Africa, sorghum, millet, yams, African rice. Around 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, New Guinea, taro, yams, bananas, sugarcane. Around 9,000 to 10,000 years ago, 7 independent inventions. Same basic idea. Settle down, plant crops, tend them, harvest, store, repeat. But different plants, different animals, different techniques, different timelines. This tells us something profound. Agriculture wasn't a fluke. It wasn't a lucky accident that happened once and spread. It was a predictable response to specific conditions, climate stabilization, population pressure, resource abundance in wild cereals and animals that occurred in multiple regions. When the conditions were right, humans everywhere figured it out, but agriculture came with costs. Costs that our ancestors couldn't have predicted. Compared to hunter-gatherers, early farmers were shorter, had worse teeth, suffered from more nutritional deficiencies, and showed higher rates of disease. Skeletal remains from early agricultural populations show stress markers, indicators of malnutrition, childhood illness, physical strain far more than contemporaneous hunter-gatherer populations. Why? Because agricultural diets were less diverse. Hunter-gatherers ate a wide variety of plants and animals. Farmers relied on a few staple crops, wheat, rice, maize, which provided calories but lacked nutritional balance. Reliance on a single crop made populations vulnerable to famine when that crop failed. Agriculture also required more labour. Planting, weeding, harvesting, processing grains, all more time-intensive than foraging. Studies of modern hunter-gatherers show they typically work 15 to 20 hours per week. Obtaining food. Early farmers probably worked 40 to 60 hours per week, and settled life brought new problems. When humans lived in small mobile bands, waste was left behind as they moved. Parasites and pathogens had limited opportunities to spread. But in permanent settlements with dense populations, poor sanitation and close contact with domesticated animals, infectious diseases flourished. Many of the diseases that have plagued civilizations, smallpox and measles, tuberculosis, influenza, originated in domesticated animals and jumped to humans in early agricultural societies. So why did agriculture spread if it made life harder? Because despite the costs, agriculture had one overwhelming advantage. It supported larger populations. A hunter-gatherer territory might support 0.1 to 0.1 people per square kilometre. Agricultural land could support 10 to 100 people per square kilometre, 100 to 1,000 times more. More people meant more labour, more warriors, more ability to defend territory and expand into new areas. Agricultural societies, even if individuals were less healthy, could outcompete a few hunter-gatherer societies through sheer numbers. It's a classic evolutionary trade-off. Agriculture reduced individual fitness, health, lifespan, but increased group fitness, population size, competitive ability. And once agriculture started in a region, it created a ratchet effect. You couldn't easily go back. Populations grew beyond what the land could support through hunting and gathering. Settlements became permanent. Social structures became complex. People lost the skills and knowledge required for mobile foraging. Agriculture created a one-way path. Once you went down it, you were committed. By 8,000 years ago, agriculture had spread across most of the Fertile Crescent, into Europe, across China, throughout Mesoamerica. and the Andes. By 5,000 years ago, the majority of humans lived in agricultural societies, and with agriculture came everything we associate with civilization. Surplus food meant specialization. Not everyone had to farm. Some people could focus on making pottery, weaving textiles, crafting tools, building structures. Others could become warriors, priests, administrators, traders. Permanent settlements grew into villages, then towns, then cities. The first cities, Jericho, Çatalhöyük, Uruk, appeared between 9,000 and 5,000 years ago. With cities came social stratification. In small hunter-gatherer bands, everyone knew everyone, and social hierarchies were fluid and minimal. In cities with thousands of inhabitants, hierarchies became rigid. Elites emerged, people who controlled resources, commanded labour, wielded power. Kings, priests, nobles. Writing emerged around 5,000 to 5,500 years ago in Mesopotamia and Egypt, independently later in China and Mesoamerica. Writing allowed record-keeping, administration, codification of laws, preservation of knowledge across generations. Organised religion became more complex. Small-scale hunter-gatherer spirituality, animism, shamanism, ancestor worship gave way to elaborate pantheons, temple complexes, priestly classes, state religions. Warfare intensified. When populations were small and mobile, conflict was limited, mostly small-scale raids, skirmishes. But agricultural societies had territory worth defending, resources worth fighting over, surplus. Wealth worth raiding. Organised armies, fortifications, systematic conquest emerged. All of this, cities, writing, states, organised religion, large-scale warfare, is downstream from agriculture, and agriculture is downstream from climate stabilisation at the end of the Ice Age, which is downstream from humans surviving the Toba bottleneck, developing the cognitive flexibility to spread across the planet, encountering and assimilating Neanderthals and Denisovans, surviving Ice Age oscillations, and finally, 12,000 years ago, finding themselves in a world stable enough to plant. Roots. Picture yourself again in the Fertile Crescent 11,000 years ago. You're kneeling in a field, hands in the soil, planting seeds you saved from last year's harvest. Your back aches. Your hands are calloused. You've been working since dawn. Nearby, your village, permanent mud brick houses arranged around a central plaza, is bustling. Children are grinding grain with stone mortars. Your partner is weaving a basket from reeds gathered at the river. Your neighbour is building a new storage structure for the upcoming harvest. A few kilometres away, the old camp where your great-grandparents spent their lives as hunter-gatherers is abandoned, overgrown. That way of life is fading. You don't necessarily live longer or healthier than they did. You work harder, you eat less variety, you're tied to this place, to these fields, to the rhythms of planting and harvest, but your village has 200 people. Your great-grandparents' band never exceeded 30. Your community can build larger structures, organise bigger projects, defend against threats more effectively. When one family's harvest fails, others can share. When someone has a skill, pottery, weaving, tool-making, others can trade for it. You're part of something larger now, more complex, more interdependent. You can't move freely across the landscape anymore. You can't follow the herds or the seasons, but you've created a new kind of security, a different kind of abundance, and your children and their children will build on this foundation. They'll create things you can't imagine. Cities, kingdoms, empires, technologies, philosophies, arts. They'll create civilization. And it all started here. With seeds in the ground, with the decision to stay. With the moment, made possible by climate stability that your ancestors survived 60,000 years of chaos to reach, when humanity stopped wandering and started building. Progress update, 70% callback and macro loop resolution. Picture yourself in a modern genetics laboratory. On the screen in front of you are sequences of DNA, billions of base pairs, the genetic code that makes you human. Next to it, for comparison, is the genome of a chimpanzee. You're comparing genetic diversity. Here's what you'd find. 2 chimpanzees chosen at random from different populations in Africa will differ at roughly 1.13% of their DNA bases. That might not sound like much, but in genetic terms, it's substantial. Chimpanzees, despite having a much smaller geographic range than humans, are genetically more diverse. Now compare 2 humans chosen at random from opposite ends of the earth, say someone from the San people of southern Africa and someone from a remote village in Siberia. Despite coming from populations separated by thousands of kilometers and tens of thousands of years, they'll differ at only about 0.1% of their DNA. Humans are less genetically diverse than chimpanzees, less diverse than gorillas, less diverse than orangutans, less diverse than most other great apes, and it's not close. This is one of the most striking facts about our species. We're remarkably uniform genetically. There's more genetic diversity within a single population of chimpanzees in one forest in Tanzania than there is in all 8 billion humans alive today. Why? Because we almost went extinct. The genetic evidence for the Toba bottleneck and other population bottlenecks in human history is written into every cell of your body. Your DNA is a record, a testament to the near disaster that our species survived 75,000 years ago. Let's break down how scientists read this evidence. First, genetic diversity as a clock. DNA changes over time through mutations, random errors that occur when cells divide and DNA is copied. Most mutations are neutral. They don't help or harm survival, they just persist. These neutral mutations accumulate at a relatively steady rate over generations, like grains of sand filling an hourglass. By counting the number of differences between the DNA of 2 individuals or 2 populations, geneticists can estimate how long ago they shared a common ancestor. More differences suggest more time since divergence. Fewer differences through the recent common ancestry. This is called a molecular clock, and it's one of the most powerful tools in evolutionary biology. When scientists applied molecular clock analysis to human populations, they found something astonishing. All modern humans trace back to a relatively recent common ancestor. Not millions of years ago, like you might expect for a species that's been around for 300,000 years, but tens of thousands of years ago. Here's the specific finding that shook the field: mitochondrial DNA analysis. Mitochondria are tiny structures inside cells that produce energy. They have their own DNA, separate from the DNA in the nucleus. And mitochondrial DNA, mtDNA, is inherited exclusively from mothers. When a sperm fertilizes an egg, the egg's mitochondria are kept. The sperms are discarded. This means mtDNA is passed down in an unbroken maternal line, from mother to children, from daughters to their children, and so on. In the late 1980s, researchers collected mtDNA from people across the world and built Family Tree, a phylogenetic tree showing how different mtDNA lineages are related. What they found was striking. All modern human mtDNA traces back to a single woman who lived in Africa around 150,000 to 200,000 years ago. They called her mitochondrial Eve. Now, this doesn't mean she was the only woman alive at the time. There were many others. But through the random processes of genetic drift and lineage extinction, some women have no daughters, or their daughters have no daughters. All other mtDNA lineages eventually disappeared. Only her lineage survived. The same analysis was done with Y chromosome DNA, which is passed exclusively from fathers to sons. The result? All modern human Y chromosomes trace back to a single man who lived in Africa around 200,000 to 300,000 years ago. He's called Y chromosome Adam. Again, he wasn't the only man alive, he's just the one whose paternal lineage survived to the present. But here's where it gets interesting for the bottleneck story. When you look at the patterns of genetic diversity, within that mtDNA and Y chromosome data, you see evidence of population crashes, specifically around 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. There's a dramatic reduction in genetic diversity. The number of distinct lineages drops sharply. The effective population size, the number of individuals contributing to the next generation, plummets. Different studies give different estimates, but the consensus is somewhere between 1,000 and 10,000 breeding individuals. Some estimates go as low as 40 breeding pairs, though that's probably too extreme and reflects mathematical models rather than actual census size. But even taking the more conservative estimates, we're talking about a population bottleneck severe enough to reduce humanity to a fraction of its previous size. This genetic signature matches the timing of the Toba super eruption. Now, some scientists argue the bottleneck wasn't caused by Toba alone. It was a combination of factors including climate change, population fragmentation, and possibly other environmental stresses. That's a fair point. Genetic data can tell us that a bottleneck occurred and roughly when, but it can't pinpoint the exact cause. But the timing, right in the middle of the Toba eruption and its aftermath, is suggestive. Second, founder effects and the out of Africa expansion. Remember how we discussed that all non-African populations carry about 1.5% to 4% Neanderthal DNA, while African populations carry essentially none? That's not the only genetic signal of the out of Africa migration. Non-African populations also carry a subset of the genetic diversity found in African populations. Think of it like this. Imagine you have a bag of 100 different coloured marbles. That's the genetic diversity in Africa. Now you reach in and grab a handful, maybe 60 marbles. That handful is the genetic diversity of the founding population that left Africa. You travel to a new location and start a new population using only those 60 marbles. That new population will be less diverse than the original. It's missing 40 of the original colours. Then someone from that new population grabs another handful, maybe 40 marbles, and moves even farther away, founding another population. Now that third population has even less diversity. This is exactly what geneticists see when they compare populations across the world. African populations have the highest genetic diversity. Middle Eastern and European populations have somewhat less. East Asian populations have less still. Native American populations, having migrated all the way to the Americas, have the least. This pattern, declining genetic diversity with distance from Africa, is called a serial founder effect, and it's powerful evidence that modern humans originated in Africa and spread outward in waves, with each migration carrying only a subset of the previous population's diversity. The genetic data also allows us to trace migration routes. By comparing which populations share which genetic variants, we can reconstruct the paths humans took as they spread across the planet. Southern route along the coast of Asia to Australia, confirmed by genetics. Northern route into Europe, confirmed. Migration across the Bering land bridge into the Americas, confirmed. Even the approximate timing of these migrations matches archaeological evidence. Third, selection signatures and adaptation. Not all genetic changes are neutral. Some provided advantages in specific environments and were positively selected, meaning individuals with those variants survived and reproduced more successfully. These advantageous variants spread rapidly through populations, creating what geneticists call selection signatures, patterns in the genome that indicate strong natural selection occurred recently. We've already discussed several examples: lactase persistence in dairy farming, populations, high altitude adaptations in Tibetans and Andeans, skin pigmentation changes. In populations at different latitudes, immune system genes inherited from Neanderthals. Each of these adaptations occurred after the Toba bottleneck, after the out-of-Africa migration within the last 50,000 years, and the fact that we can see them so clearly in genetic data tells us that natural selection was operating intensely during this period. Humans didn't just survive the bottleneck, they adapted rapidly to new environments once populations recovered and expanded. Fourth, genetic versus archaeological evidence. Here's something fascinating. Sometimes genetic evidence and archaeological evidence don't perfectly align, and figuring out why reveals important insights. For example, genetic evidence suggests the out-of-Africa migration happened around 60,000 to 70,000 years ago, but archaeological evidence shows modern humans in the Middle East, possibly as early as 100,000 years ago. What's going on? One possibility, earlier migrations occurred but didn't leave genetic descendants in modern populations. Maybe those early migrants went extinct, died out, or were absorbed into later waves without leaving a clear genetic trace. Another possibility, the genetic dates are measuring the most recent common ancestor of modern populations, not the first time humans left Africa. There could have been earlier movements that contributed genetically, but don't show up clearly in the molecular clock analysis. This tension between data sources is actually healthy. It forces scientists to refine their methods, question assumptions, and develop more nuanced models. The current consensus, there were probably multiple out-of-Africa migrations, but the major successful expansion, the one that led to all modern non-African populations, happened around 60,000 to 70,000 years ago, shortly after the Toba event. Fifth, what the genes tell us about a population size through time. Using sophisticated statistical models, geneticists can reconstruct historical population sizes from genetic data. By looking at patterns of variation and using coalescent theory, which models how genetic lineages merge backward in time, They can estimate how many individuals were alive at different points in history. The results show a clear pattern: 200,000 to 100,000 years ago, human populations in Africa were relatively stable, perhaps 10,000 to 50,000 individuals total. 100,000 to 70,000 years ago, population size may have been increasing slightly, but humans were still confined mostly to Africa. 70,000 to 60,000 years ago, sharp bottleneck. Population drops to a few thousand individuals. This is the Toba window. 60,000 to 50,000 years ago, recovery begins. Populations start expanding again. 50,000 to 10,000 years ago, rapid expansion. Humans spread across the globe and total population grows exponentially. 10,000 years ago to present, agricultural revolution triggers population explosion. From maybe 5 million people worldwide at the start of agriculture to over 8 billion today. That trajectory, near extinction, recovery, expansion, explosion, is written in the genomes of every human alive. Sixth, the deeper meaning. Here's what strikes me most about the genetic evidence. It confirms that every human alive today is part of an unbroken lineage stretching back through the bottleneck. Your ancestors and everyone's ancestors were among those few thousand individuals who survived Toba's aftermath. They endured the volcanic winter. They found ways to eat when food was scarce. They kept their children alive through the coldest, darkest years. They passed down knowledge, maintained social bonds, adapted strategies, and because they survived, you're here. Every genetic variant in your body, every gene, every chromosome passed through that bottleneck. It's a filter, a crucible, a genetic pinch point through which all of modern humanity was forced, and the traits that helped people survive, cognitive flexibility, social cooperation, cultural innovation, are embedded not just in our behaviour but in the patterns of our DNA. Some researchers have even looked for specific genes that show evidence of selection during the bottleneck period. Genes related to brain development, language, social cognition. The evidence is still preliminary. Evolution doesn't work neatly, and genetic signals from 75,000 years ago are hard to tease apart. But the hypothesis is compelling. The bottleneck didn't just reduce our numbers, it changed us. It selected for traits that make us uniquely human. Picture yourself back in that genetics lab, looking at those DNA sequences on the screen. You're looking at section 1's opening question, did we almost go extinct? And the answer is right there in the genetic code. Yes, we did. The evidence is undeniable. The low genetic diversity, the molecular clock dates, the bottleneck signatures in mtDNA and Y chromosome lineages, the founder effects in non-African populations, the rapid adaptations afterward. Every one of those data points tells the same story. Around 75,000 years ago, the human species was reduced to a tiny population. We teetered on the edge of extinction, but we didn't fall. We survived, we recovered, we expanded, we adapted. We built cultures, societies, civilizations. We spread to every corner of the planet. We became the dominant species on Earth. And all of it, all of human history, every city ever built, every idea ever conceived, every story ever told, every person who has ever lived, emerged from that tiny population of survivors. You carry their genes, their resilience, their ingenuity. You are proof that they made it through, and that might be the most profound realization of all. We are not here by accident. We're here because when everything went wrong, when the world turned dark and cold and hostile, when survival seemed impossible, our ancestors refused to give up. They adapted, they persevered, they survived, and that legacy is written in every cell of your body. Picture yourself standing exactly where we began, 75,000 years ago, in the shadow of Mount Toba, in the immediate aftermath of the eruption. The sky is black with ash. The temperature is plummeting. Your world, which moments ago was teeming with life, is dying around you. You're part of a species reduced to perhaps 3,000 to 10,000. Individuals scattered across Africa and a few refugia beyond. You stand at the edge of extinction, but now, instead of looking forward into that uncertain darkness, look backward. Look through time to the present day. To 75,000 years of history that unfolds from this single moment. To the 8 billion humans alive today, every single one of them your descendants. From the edge of extinction to global dominance. From a few thousand survivors to cities, civilizations, space exploration, the internet, art, science, literature, music. All of it, everything humanity has ever achieved, emerged from the population that survived that bottleneck, and that fact carries profound implications for modern humanity. Let's start with the most fundamental lesson. Resilience is not just a trait we possess. It's written into our DNA. The genetic evidence we explored in the previous section isn't just academic trivia. It's proof that your ancestors faced the worst catastrophe imaginable and refused to surrender. When food disappeared, they found new sources. When the climate turned hostile, they adapted. When survival seemed impossible, they cooperated, innovated, persevered. You carry their genes, their capacity for resilience, their ability to adapt under pressure. This isn't metaphorical. The selection pressures of the bottleneck favoured certain traits: cognitive flexibility, social cooperation, long-term planning, emotional regulation under stress. The people who survived weren't necessarily the strongest or the fastest. They were the most adaptable, the most cooperative, the ones who could change strategies when circumstances demanded it. And those traits didn't disappear after the crisis passed. They're still here, in you, in all of us. Think about what that means in the context of modern challenges. We're living through our own era of rapid environmental change. Climate change is altering weather patterns, raising sea levels, shifting ecosystems. We see floods, droughts, wildfires, extreme temperatures. Entire populations are being displaced. Food systems are under stress. It's not the same as Toba, not yet, not nearly as catastrophic. But the fundamental challenge is similar. Can we adapt quickly enough to survive environmental disruption we didn't anticipate? The bottleneck story says yes, because we've done it before. Our ancestors survived a volcanic winter that lasted a decade. They survived temperature drops of 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. They survived the collapse of food chains, the disappearance of familiar resources, years of darkness and cold. We have the same cognitive toolkit they had. Actually, a more sophisticated version refined over 75,000 years of cultural evolution. We have science, technology, global communication, the ability to model climate systems and predict changes. If they could survive without those advantages, we can certainly adapt with them. Picture yourself not 75,000 years ago, but in a modern scientific conference room. Researchers from around the world have gathered to discuss the Toba catastrophe theory. On the screen are graphs, genetic data, archaeological evidence, climate models, and they're arguing, not hostile arguing, scientific arguing. The kind where evidence is scrutinized, assumptions are challenged, alternative explanations are proposed, the kind that makes science work. Because here's something important to understand. The Toba bottleneck theory, as compelling as the evidence is not universally accepted. There are legitimate scientists, good scientists, careful scientists, who question parts of it, or even reject it entirely. And that's not a weakness of science, it's a strength. Let's explore the debates, the alternative theories, the uncertainties. Because understanding where the science is uncertain is just as important as understanding where it's solid. First, did Toba really cause a catastrophic volcanic winter? The evidence is clear that Toba erupted 75,000 years ago with extraordinary force. The geological evidence, ash layers, sulfur deposits in ice cores the size of the caldera, confirms it was one of the largest eruptions in the last 2 million years. But here's the debate. How severe were the climate effects, and how long did they last? The original models developed in the 1990s and early 2000s predicted dramatic global cooling, temperature drops of 10 to 15 degrees Celsius lasting for years, followed by a volcanic winter lasting a decade or more. But more recent climate models, using more sophisticated atmospheric simulations, suggest that effects might have been less severe. Some models show temperature drops of only 3 to 5 degrees Celsius, lasting perhaps 2 to 5 years rather than a decade. That's still significant, still enough to cause major ecological disruption, but not the civilization-ending catastrophe the early models suggested. Why the difference? Partly, it's better models that account for more variables: ocean heat absorption, atmospheric circulation patterns, regional variations. Partly, it's better data from the ice cores and geological record that constrain what actually happened versus what models predict. Some researchers point out that the sulfur signal in ice cores, while large, suggests the atmospheric effects might have cleared faster than initially thought. Sulfur aerosols, which cause cooling by reflecting sunlight, don't stay in the atmosphere forever. They fall out within a few years. So the debate: was Toba a decade-long apocalypse or a severe but shorter-term climate shock? The answer probably falls somewhere in between, and it might have varied by region. Some areas, particularly in the tropics close to Toba, might have experienced catastrophic effects. Others, farther away or buffered by oceanic influences, might have weathered it better. Second, does the archaeological record support a catastrophe? Here's where things get really interesting. If Toba nearly wiped out humanity, you'd expect to see clear evidence in the archaeological record: sites abandoned, tool traditions interrupted, population collapse. But in many regions, that's not what we see. In India, directly downwind of Toba and covered by meters of ash, there are archaeological sites showing continuous occupation across the Toba layer. Stone tools found below the ash layer are similar to tools found above it, suggesting cultural continuity. People didn't disappear. They stayed, adapted, survived. In Africa, the archaeological record around 75,000 years ago shows complexity, regional variation, but not obvious collapse. Some sites show continuity. Others show changes in tool types or occupation patterns, but changes that could be explained by normal cultural evolution or local environmental shifts, not necessarily a global catastrophe. In fact, some of the most sophisticated early human artifacts, complex stone blades, bone tools, symbolic items appear in Africa around 70,000 to 80,000 years ago, right in the Toba window. If populations were crashing, would we see this flourishing of technology and culture? Critics of the Toba catastrophe theory point to this archaeological evidence and say, where's the catastrophe? If humans were reduced to 3,000 individuals on the edge of extinction, where's the archaeological signature of collapse? Supporters of the theory respond, absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. The archaeological record from this period is sparse, fragmentary, limited to a few regions. We're looking for evidence of small populations struggling to survive. Those populations would have left minimal archaeological traces. The fact that we see any continuity shows the resilience of the survivors, not the absence of a catastrophe. It's a legitimate debate, and new archaeological discoveries continue to inform it. Third, is the genetic bottleneck really due to Toba? The genetic evidence for a human population bottleneck around 70,000 to 80,000 years ago is strong. Multiple independent analyses, mitochondrial DNA, Y chromosome DNA, autosomal DNA, all point to a dramatic reduction in genetic diversity around this time. But here's the question, was it caused by Toba or by something else? Some researchers argue that the bottleneck could have been caused by gradual population decline due to climate change over thousands of years, not a sudden catastrophic event. The period from 100,000 to 50,000 years ago saw repeated climate oscillations, ice age conditions, droughts, habitat fragmentation. These long-term stresses could have kept populations small without requiring a single dramatic event. Others suggest the bottleneck might be a statistical artifact, the result of population structure, different groups isolated from each other, rather than actual population size. If human populations in Africa were divided into small, isolated groups that didn't interbreed much, the genetic data might look like a bottleneck even if the total population was larger. Still, others point out that genetic bottlenecks can result from social or cultural factors. If reproductive success was highly unequal, if only a small number of individuals contributed disproportionately to the next generation, that would create a genetic bottleneck without requiring a population crash. The counter-argument, the timing is too precise. The genetic bottleneck dates to almost exactly the Toba period. That's a remarkable coincidence if they're not related. And the pattern of diversity loss is consistent with a sudden, severe reduction in population, not gradual decline. But the debate continues, and as genetic analysis techniques improve, we'll get clearer pictures of what actually happened. Fourth, multiple bottlenecks or a single event. Some researchers argue that human populations experience not one bottleneck, but multiple bottlenecks over hundreds of thousands of years. The genetic evidence shows signals of reduced diversity at several points in human history, not just 75,000 years ago, but also around 150,000 years ago, and possibly earlier. Maybe the Toba bottleneck, while real, was just one of several population crashes. Maybe humans have repeatedly teetered on the edge of extinction and recovered. Maybe our evolutionary history is a series of near misses. This multiple bottlenecks theory would explain why genetic diversity is so low overall, why some genetic patterns are hard to explain with a single event, and why the archaeological record doesn't show one clear moment of collapse. It also makes intuitive sense. Climate during the Pleistocene was highly variable. Why would there be only one crisis? Surely humans faced multiple environmental challenges over 200,000 years. The counter-argument, the Toba-era bottleneck, is the clearest, most severe, most precisely dated. Other possible bottlenecks are harder to pin down, with wider dating ranges and less clear genetic signals. Toba stands out because it was exceptional, not because it was typical. Fifth, regional refugia and population structure. Here's an alternative model that some researchers favour. Rather than a single global population crash, Toba and other climate events created a pattern of regional refugia, pockets where conditions remained favourable, while surrounding areas became uninhabitable. In this model, human populations didn't drop to 3,000 worldwide. Instead, populations fragmented into isolated refugia, maybe 500 people here, 1,000 people there, scattered across Africa and parts of Asia. Total population might have been higher, but the fragmentation and isolation created genetic patterns similar to a bottleneck. Over time, some refugia populations went extinct, others expanded. Eventually, as climate improved, populations from surviving refugia expanded and merged, carrying forward only a subset of the original genetic diversity. This model explains the genetic evidence while also explaining the archaeological continuity. People didn't disappear from all regions, just contracted into a few favourable areas. It's an elegant theory, and it might be closer to the truth than the simple 3,000 survivors narrative. The debate: how fragmented were populations? How isolated? How many refugia existed? These questions are hard to answer with current evidence. Sixth, the importance of ongoing research. Here's what's clear. We don't have the full picture yet. The Toba bottleneck theory, in its original form, probably overstated the severity and simplicity of the crisis. But the core insight that human populations experienced a severe bottleneck around this time, that we came closer to extinction than we'd like to think, that we survived through adaptability and resilience, remains well supported. New evidence continues to emerge, better climate models, new archaeological sites, more sophisticated genetic analysis, ancient DNA from fossils that lets us directly examine the genetics of populations living before, during, and after the bottleneck. Each piece of new evidence refines our understanding. Sometimes it supports the theory, sometimes it complicates it. That's how science works. The researchers arguing in that conference room aren't enemies. They're collaborators in the project of understanding our past. They disagree on interpretations, methods, conclusions, but they share the goal of getting closer to the truth. And the truth, as it emerges, is usually more nuanced than the initial hypothesis. So where does that leave us? Here's what we can say with confidence. Toba erupted 75,000 years ago with extraordinary force. The eruption caused significant climate disruption, though the severity and duration are debated. Human genetic diversity shows clear evidence of a population bottleneck around this time. Human populations survived the bottleneck and expanded afterward. The survivors possessed cognitive and cultural sophistication that enabled them to adapt to severe environmental stress. All modern humans descend from the population that came through this period. Here's what remains uncertain. Exactly how severe was the Toba climate impact? Was the bottleneck caused primarily by Toba or by longer-term climate stresses? How low did the population actually drop? Were populations fragmented into refugia or truly reduced to a small global population? How much did Toba contribute to the cognitive and cultural developments seen afterward? These uncertainties don't invalidate the story. They enrich it. They remind us that science is a process, not a finished product. That certainty is earned through evidence, debate, and refinement. And they remind us of something else. Even if the details are debated, the fundamental reality remains. 75,000 years ago, something happened. Whether it was a sudden catastrophe or a gradual crisis, whether it was purely Toba or a combination of factors, whether populations dropped to 3,000 or 10,000 or remained higher but fragmented. Regardless of these details, humanity faced a crucible. We were tested. We were pushed to the edge. We were forced to adapt or die, and we adapted. The genetic evidence, low diversity, bottleneck signatures, recent common ancestry is indisputable. The archaeological evidence, survival, continuity, innovation is clear. The outcome, successful expansion, global colonization, cultural explosion, speaks for itself. The debates are about the how and the exactly how much, not about the whether. Picture yourself back in that conference room, listening to scientists debate Toba's impact. One researcher argues for severe climate effects. Another presents archaeological evidence of continuity. A third offers a refined genetic model. A fourth proposes new field research to test competing hypotheses. They disagree. But they're all trying to understand the same remarkable story, how a small population of humans facing environmental catastrophe survived to become 8 billion people spread across every continent. The debates don't diminish that story. They honour it by taking it seriously enough to question every detail, test every assumption, demand rigorous evidence. And in the end, whether the population dropped to 3,000 or 10,000, whether the volcanic winter lasted 5 years or 15, whether Toba was the sole cause or one factor among many, the essential truth remains: we almost didn't make it. But we did. And that makes all the difference. Picture yourself one final time returning to where this journey began. You're standing in darkness. Not the darkness of a cave or a moonless night, but something deeper. The darkness of volcanic ash blotting out the sun. The darkness of a world transformed in an instant from abundance to catastrophe. 75,000 years ago, Mount Toba, the edge of extinction, the eruption column has finally collapsed. The ground has stopped shaking, but the sky is black. Ash falls like snow, thick and suffocating, covering everything. The air smells of sulfur and smoke. The temperature is dropping. The plants around you are dying, leaves withering, stems collapsing under. The weight of ash. You're hungry. You've been hungry for days. The animals have fled or died. The familiar plants you've always eaten are buried or poisoned. Your band, your family, your community is scattered, diminished. Some didn't make it through the initial eruption. Others have disappeared into the ash-choked landscape, searching desperately for food, water, safety. You're cold, colder than you've ever been, and it's getting worse. The sun, when you can glimpse it through breaks in the ash clouds, is pale, weak, distant. It provides no warmth. You're frightened, not just for yourself, but for the child in your arms, for your partner beside you, for the handful of survivors huddled together in the inadequate shelter of a rock overhang. Every instinct, every piece of accumulated wisdom from generations of ancestors tells you that what's coming next will be even worse. The darkness will deepen, the cold will intensify, the starvation will become acute. Survival seems impossible, and yet you don't give up. You share the last handful of seeds you've been carrying, even though you're starving. You wrap the child in the last dry hide, even though you're freezing. You teach the younger members of your band how to find water trapped under rocks, how to identify which ash-covered plants might still be edible, how to construct better shelter. You cooperate, you adapt. You persevere. You don't know if it will be enough. You can't see the future. You have no guarantee that anyone will survive this, but you try anyway. Now, shift your perspective. Rise up from that moment, that desperate struggle in the ash and cold. Rise through time itself, watching as days become weeks, weeks become months, months become years. You see the survivors. Somehow, impossibly, they survive. Through the darkest years of the volcanic winter, through starvation and cold and loss, they endure. They find refugia where conditions are slightly less terrible. They develop new strategies, new tools, new ways of cooperating. They keep their children alive. They pass down knowledge. The population is decimated. Of the tens of thousands who existed before Toba, only a few thousand remain, but those few thousand carry something precious, the genetic and cultural legacy of your species, the cognitive flexibility, the social cooperation, the refusal to surrender. Keep rising through time. Watch as the ash finally clears, as the sun brightens, as temperatures slowly recover. Watch as populations rebuild. Slowly at first, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years of gradual recovery. And then watch the explosion. 60,000 years ago, the survivors' descendants walk out of Africa. They cross the Red Sea in Arabia, then follow the coastlines east and south. Within 10,000 years, they've reached Australia. They've navigated open ocean. They've colonized a new continent. 50,000 years ago, they encounter Neanderthals in the Middle East. Instead of conflict, there's interbreeding. The descendants carry genes from both lineages, a merging of two human species that had been separated for 400,000 years. 40,000 years ago, they're entering Europe, spreading across Asia, adapting to environments from tropical rainforests to Arctic tundra. They're creating art, painting caves, carving figurines, making music. They're developing complex cultures, elaborate social networks, sophisticated technologies. 30,000 years ago, they're surviving the last glacial maximum, the coldest period of the Ice Age. Temperatures that would have killed their pre-Toba ancestors are endured, even thrived in, through cultural innovations, tailored clothing, constructed shelters, long-term food storage, social cooperation. 20,000 years ago, they're spreading into new territories as glaciers retreat. Population is growing exponentially. 15,000 years ago, they're crossing from Siberia into Alaska into the Americas. Within 2,000 years, they'll reach the southern tip of South America. 2 entire continents populated in the blink of an eye. 12,000 years ago, the Ice Age is ending, climate stabilizes, and humans do something revolutionary. They stop moving. They plant crops. They build permanent villages. They invent agriculture. 10,000 years ago, the first cities appear: Jericho, Çatalhöyük. Population density increases beyond anything previously possible. 5,000 years ago, writing is invented. Civilizations emerge: Sumer, Egypt, the Indus Valley. Humans create legal codes, monumental architecture, complex trade networks, organized religions. 2,000 years ago, empires span continents. Philosophy, mathematics, literature flourish. Knowledge is recorded, preserved, transmitted across generations and geographies. 500 years ago, global navigation connects all the inhabited continents. The scientific revolution begins. Humans start systematically investigating the natural world. 200 years ago, the Industrial Revolution transforms human society. Technology advances at unprecedented rates. Population explodes. 1 billion people, then 2 billion, then more. 75 years ago, humans split the atom, harness nuclear energy, invent computers. They begin to understand their own genetic code. 50 years ago, humans walk on the moon. They leave Earth itself, stand on another world, look back at the planet that birthed them. Today, 8 billion humans inhabit Earth. They've built cities housing tens of millions. They've created technology that would seem like magic to their ancestors. Instant global communication, artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, space stations, the internet. They've mapped the human genome and discovered the bottleneck, learned that they all descend from a tiny population that survived the edge of extinction 75,000 years ago. All of this, every city, every invention, every work of art, every scientific discovery, every story told, every child born emerged from that moment of darkness at Toba, from the handful of survivors who refused to give up. This is the thread that never broke. Despite everything, volcanic catastrophe, climate chaos, ice ages, population crashes, countless challenges, the human lineage persisted. An unbroken chain of survival stretching from the first humans 300,000 years ago, through the Toba bottleneck, through 75,000 years of adaptation and expansion to the present moment, to you. You are the latest link in that chain. You carry the genes of the Toba survivors. Their resilience lives in your DNA. Their capacity for cooperation, for adaptation, for refusing to surrender in the face of impossible odds. These traits are your inheritance. And this inheritance carries responsibilities. The Toba survivors couldn't have known what would emerge from their struggle. They couldn't have imagined skyscrapers, spacecraft, the internet, modern medicine, global civilization. They were just trying to survive another day, another season, another generation. But their choices, their decision to cooperate rather than fracture, to innovate rather than cling to failing strategies, to maintain hope rather than succumb to despair, made everything that followed possible. Your choices will do the same for future generations. We live in a pivotal time. The challenges we face, climate change, environmental degradation, resource scarcity, pandemic risks, technological disruption, require the same traits that saw our ancestors through Toba: cooperation on scales we've never achieved. Adaptation to circumstances changing faster than ever. Innovation in the face of problems we've never encountered. Long-term thinking that considers generations not yet born. The good news, we have these capacities. They're not just historical curiosities. They're active, present, waiting to be called upon. The challenge, will we choose to use them? Toba survivors had no choice. Cooperate and adapt or die. The selection pressure was immediate and undeniable. Our challenges are more subtle, more distributed across time and space. Climate change unfolds over decades. Species extinctions happen gradually. Resource depletion seems distant until suddenly it's critical. It's easy to postpone action, to prioritize short-term interests, to hope someone else will solve the problems. But consider, those Toba survivors could have hoarded resources. They could have fragmented into smaller groups competing for scarce food. They could have given up, accepted extinction. They didn't. They chose the harder path, sharing, cooperating, innovating, persevering. And because of that choice, you exist. What will future generations say about our choices? Will they look back and see that we recognized the challenges, cooperated globally, adapted our behaviors, innovated solutions, that we chose to be ancestors worthy of remembrance? Or will they see a generation that understood the problems but lacked the will to address them? That let short-term thinking override long-term survival? The choice is ours, but the capacity, the fundamental human capacity for resilience, cooperation, and adaptation is proven. Written in genetic code, demonstrated across 75,000 years of history. We are the descendants of survivors, of people who face the edge of extinction and step back from the brink. That legacy is not just something to take pride in. It's something to live up to. Picture yourself once more at Toba, in that terrible darkness. But this time, don't just see the catastrophe. See what followed. See the child in your arms surviving, growing, having children of their own. See those children's children spreading across the world. See the endless branching tree of descendants, each one alive because you shared food when you were starving, because you cooperated when it would have been easier to fracture, because you refused to give up. See that 75,000 years later, billions of humans will owe their existence to the choice you made in that darkest moment, the choice to keep trying, and then bring that vision forward to the present. You are that child who survived. You are the descendant whose existence depends on choices made long ago by people who never knew you would exist, but saved you anyway by saving themselves and each other. And you are the ancestor to everyone who comes after. The choices you make about how to treat others, how to respond to challenges, whether to cooperate or compete, whether to think long-term or short-term, will ripple forward through time just as the Toba. Survivors' choices rippled forward to you. This is the profound truth at the heart of the human story. We are all connected across time by the unbroken thread of survival. Connected across space by our shared genetic heritage. connected by the common challenges we face and the common capacity we have to address them. The differences we perceive, nationality, ethnicity, religion, culture, are real and valuable. They represent 75,000 years of adaptation to diverse environments, the evolution of distinct cultural traditions, the beautiful variety that makes humanity rich and resilient. But beneath those differences lies a fundamental unity. We are all descendants of the same small population of bottleneck survivors. We share 99.9% of our DNA. We all carry the same capacity for resilience, cooperation, and adaptation. We are, in the deepest sense, family. And families, at their best, take care of each other, support each other through hard times, cooperate to overcome challenges. Think about the well-being of the whole, not just individual members. The Toba survivors understood this. They had to. Survival depended on it. We need to remember it. As you go forward from this story, carry with you the knowledge of where you came from. You are the descendant of people who survived the impossible. You carry their genes, their resilience, their refusal to surrender. When you face challenges, personal or collective, remember your ancestors survived volcanic winter, ice ages, the edge of extinction. You can handle what comes. When you're tempted towards selfishness or isolation, remember, your ancestors survived through cooperation, through sharing resources, through maintaining bonds even when it was costly. Community is not just nice, it's survival. When you're asked to think about future generations, remember you exist only because people 75,000 years ago made choices that benefited descendants they would never meet. You owe them a debt. Pay it forward. When you see someone different from yourself, remember they're descended from the same bottleneck survivors, your cousins, family. Treat them accordingly. The thread that connects you to the Toba survivors is unbroken. It passes through you to everyone who comes after. Don't let it break on your watch. Rise to the challenges of your time with the same courage, cooperation, and adaptability that your ancestors showed in theirs. Be worthy of the legacy you've inherited. Be an ancestor worth remembering. Because 75,000 years from now, if humanity still exists, if we've survived our current challenges and whatever comes next, if our descendants look back through deep time to understand where they came from, they should be able to see an unbroken thread stretching from the Toba survivors through the ice ages and expansions and agricultural revolution and industrial revolution and information age, through our current era, through whatever transformations lie ahead, all the way to them. They should see that in every generation, when the challenges came, humans found a way through, not because it was easy, not because success was guaranteed, but because giving up was never an option. That's who we are. The species that survived Toba. The species that spread across the entire world. The species that builds, explores, questions, dreams. The species that refuses to quit. Picture yourself one final time standing at Toba 75,000 years ago in the ash and darkness. You're cold, you're hungry, you're frightened, but you're not alone. Your family is with you. Your community surrounds you, and stretching forward from this moment, invisible but unbreakable, is a thread of light, the lineage of survival that connects you to every human who will ever live. You don't know if you'll survive the next day, the next year, the next decade, but you know you're going to try. You're going to share what little you have. You're going to adapt when old strategies fail. You're going to cooperate with others. You're going to teach your children everything you know. You're going to keep the fire burning, the knowledge flowing, the community together. You're going to survive, not because you're certain of success, but because trying is what humans do. And 75,000 years later, your descendants, all 8 billion of them, will look back and know you made it. Against impossible odds, through the darkest time in human history, you made it. And because you did, they exist. Thank you, ancient ancestors. Thank you for refusing to give up. Thank you for surviving so that we could be here. We'll try to do the same for those who come after us. The thread continues, unbroken, forever forward, into whatever future we choose to create.